Chapter 1371. When Hui woke up, what he saw was an endless dark space. The surroundings were pitch black, and there was no aura of existence. It didn't take him a second to know where he was. After quickly confirming that the place he was in was a void territory away from the site of the incident, he began to confirm the safety of Feng and Jing Yuanji. However, he could only confirm that the two were normal, and there was no way to contact them through soul transmission. What kind of strange place has Maple been taken to this time? Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That guy was a troublemaker. He was also blown away, but he was thrown into another region of the void, while the other two were thrown into a strange place. Now he couldn't even find out where the other two were through soul transmission. Looks like I can only go back first. Hui rubbed his old waist. Just as he was about to open a portal to return to the realm of the gods, he felt that someone was calling out to him through his soul. He quickly activated his stiff soul. Lord, Feng, Lord Hui, this is I Ching. Quick, respond. The intermittent voice was not caused by his soul being stiff. He could feel that the soul seeds on both sides were in a normal state. Logically speaking, the soul communication should not have been so intermittent. It was probably because of this void. Oh, I'm a little curious. Should I investigate this? It can actually block the soul communication between me and I Ching and the others. A few seconds later, Hui jumped up from the void. I Ching, it's me. What happened? I Ching's response was delayed for about a minute. Lord, Hui, can, here, see at and %. Hui frowned. This time it was not a complete message, and there was no way to tell what the other side was saying. Is there such a serious interference in this void territory? He stood there in a daze and tried to communicate for a long time. At first, he could hear half a complete sentence, but later on, he could only hear a few words. Later on, he couldn't even make out the words. He could only hear some meaningless noises, like the sound of a world being destroyed in the void. After impatiently trying for a while, Hui suddenly slapped his forehead and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was shouting like a fool across the void. Wouldn't it be fine if he directly returned to the divine world? As it turned out, no matter how strange the energy interference in the void was, it was still a piece of cake for him to open the portal to the realm of the gods. Hui tidied himself up a little and stepped into the portal. As a strange light flashed, he was stunned for a moment. Damn, I can't be that unlucky, can I? It's not like I'm King Maple. His voice was annihilated in the void, and he disappeared into the void along with the portal. After confirming that the teleportation was over, Hui opened his eyes. What he saw was a strange space with twinkling stars. Stars were just an exaggeration here, because the starry sky was about to cool down and many of the stars had gradually withered. The starry sky was a little dim, but there was still a lot of starlight in sight. Those were the starlight that was distributed across the entire sky. In other words, he looked around and saw that there was only a pitiful amount of starlight left in the sky. Hui walked around in circles and thought about life for 5 minutes. He tried to communicate with I Ching, but he could only hear a bunch of incomprehensible voices in his soul. Finally, he gave up the meaningless action and sighed. When did I become King Maple? I also have to wander in the void one day. Say, where is this place? The middle realm? It's getting farther and farther away. After complaining, Hui tried to leave this world. After crossing the world barrier into the void, he tried to directly return to the realm of the gods through the void. However, he stopped after just 2 steps. This void territory was really empty. There were not many world light orbs other than the one he just ran out of. It was empty and dead, but the reaction of life was unusually strong. There seemed to be a lot of life in these world light orbs, 1 or 2 times more than the usual world light orbs. Otherwise, they would not be able to emit such a strong reaction of life. Hui stopped and looked at the world light orbs for a while. Then he let out a long breath and decided to ignore it. He kept moving along a direction in the void. Since he could not teleport, he would just run back. He should leave this void territory first, and then teleport again. 2 hours later, Hui looked at the lonely world light orb that had appeared in front of him for the umpteenth time. He took a deep breath and said, "At n% E asterisk." At ET he tried very hard to rush back to the realm of the gods in these 2 hours, but this void territory was closed. It was closed into a huge sphere. It did not matter if it was man-made or natural. No matter where he flew, he would eventually return to the same place. In short, he was trapped in this void territory. Of course, this level of predicament could not stop him. He had 100 ways to break out of this sealed area, but this would cause the void territory to disintegrate directly. He had just tried it. A little bit of violence could cause the seal of this void territory to collapse completely, including the entire void territory inside. There were 13 world light orbs in here. He could not possibly sink all of them into the void territory just because he was in a hurry to leave, right? There was another concern. When his soul came into contact with the outside of this isolated area, he felt a little uncomfortable. It was a little uncomfortable and uncoordinated feeling. It was as if he was hiding in a sealed cave, and the falling stones at the entrance of the cave could be blown away with a slap. However, once he opened the cave, he might see something strange, such as a ferocious beast, or something even stranger and more dangerous. Could it be the abyssal death mist? There are not many things in this void that can make me feel this way. Hui touched his chin. Without Maple by his side, he was really restrained. Maple, can you hear me?" Unwilling to give up, Hui called out to his partner again. After waiting for a long time, he could not even hear the roar of the void territory this time. The barrier between the two might be very thick. Coupled with the strange characteristics of this void territory, he was afraid that they could not contact each other. Hui dejectedly returned to the world that was close to cooling down when he first woke up. He sat cross-legged in the starry sky and rested for a while. He sighed and said, I don't care. There won't be any problems. The number of lives in this world is not equal to the situation of this world. Let's go and see if we can get any information." After returning to the gods' world for a round of rest, Green and the others, who were still ready to go, gathered in the Guardian Temple and waited. The two masters' whereabouts were unknown, but they woke up one after another to report that they were safe. Therefore, everyone was not as anxious as before. However, they were still uneasy if they could not see the two masters, so they gathered here. If they could find the place where the two masters were, they could immediately send troops to kill them. However, before that, there was a small problem. The two masters of the gods' world were not here, but there were guests in the gods' world. In the side hall of the Guardian Temple, I Ching and Qing Jun were sitting on the same sofa. On the opposite sofa, across the table, sat a thin young man with short black hair and a pale face. He was wearing close-fitting, long-sleeved clothes and pants. His exposed hands were also abnormally pale. "You said you are the master of the Void Divine Court?" I Ching and Green looked at the thin young man in front of them, who looked like he would fly with a gust of wind. They looked at each other in shock. But the master of the Void Divine Court we saw that day didn't look like this. The slightly sickly young man was silent for a moment. He put down his teacup, and a burst of black energy surged from his body. After a few seconds, when the black energy dissipated, a tall girl with long legs appeared in front of the two. Her perfect face was covered with a layer of unmeltable coldness, which forcibly destroyed her beauty. Green grimaced. "So, are you a man or a woman?" The girl's face twitched. She seemed to want to show a helpless or bitter smile, but her face seemed to be paralyzed and could not show any other expression. She could only say with a cold expression, "This is my original appearance." What a good girl. How did she turn into a man? Qing Jun asked with curiosity, not caring that I Ching was desperately stepping on his feet at the side. When fighting, that posture feels more convenient. "So, last time, you didn't have enough energy to maintain that form, so you showed your true appearance. Green expressed his understanding. The cold master of the void divine court's face twitched again. She wondered if coming here today was the wrong choice. I heard that you are dealing with a force, a race. You mean? I Ching muttered and looked directly at the cold woman. How did you know what we were doing? Yesterday, Sir I Ching, you mentioned this to me. I Ching. Huh. I think so. Yes, because I heard that you were involved with that race I told you. The master of the void divine court took a deep breath to calm himself down. I don't know what you call that race. They are far away from the center of the upper plane. Like a plague, they have infected and destroyed many worlds. The void divine court has also come into contact with them. We have fought a few times, and both sides have won and lost. The cold woman paused for a second. Seeing that the two did not speak and only stared at her, she continued. When I heard that you were going to attack them, I came. But the portal across the void has not been built yet. I can only come here gradually to discuss some things. But why are the two clergy masters not here? Well, please don't misunderstand. We also want Lord Hui or Lord Feng to come out, but, well, you probably know that we are dealing with that race. We have already left. I Ching shrugged helplessly. We've just returned. Oh, don't be surprised, we weren't finished yet. We were played for a fool. Lord Maple and Lord Hui were thrown into a world at the border between the middle and upper realms by a world explosion. We don't know where they are at the moment. After that, he looked in the direction of the main palace. My partner, who is proficient in void and space, is trying to analyze the message that Lord Feng and Lord Hui sent back to tell us that they are safe. See if we can find them. If you have something to say, you can tell us first. I will communicate with Lord Feng and the others. Now that they were allies, the cold master of the void divine court did not hesitate. I want to bring the power of the void divine court to fight the plague source race with you. The Plague Source Clan. Oh, the plague, right? It's quite simple. The differences between the worlds are once again reflected. We call that race the distorted race here. Qing Jun crossed his arms and said with a nod, Twisted race. The master of the void divine court was stunned. He mulled over the words, and his slender eyebrows, which were already like a sharp sword, furrowed even more. Is there anything special about it? There are many special things. We have been fighting with this race for almost 100 years. Although it may not be longer than anyone else, we definitely know more about them than anyone else. I Ching nodded, and then slowly explained some things about the twisted race in terms of order and non-order. There is also a very important piece of information that came from Lord Feng. However, Lord Feng said that he had not fully confirmed it, so he only said a part of it. It is said that the twisted race has something to do with the era that passed before the void turbulence. The cold girl's expression did not change at all. However, from the slight changes in her expression, she must have been quite shocked when she heard this information. I Ching pondered for a moment, and then said, Also, to put it bluntly, when Lord Feng made his assessment, he believed that the twisted race had the power to fight against the realm of the gods. Your void divine court may not be able to defeat them in a one-on-one fight. Well, I just want to say this to advise you not to act on your own. After all, we are all forces of order. If possible, I hope that you don't waste too much of your power. After all, the real enemy is not the twisted race. They are just purging the realm of order. The master of the void divine court nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I know my limits. If the enemy is someone that even you have to treat with caution, we will not rush to our deaths. Let's wait for the two priesthood masters to return and then go together. After chatting for a while, the master of the void divine court stood up and was about to leave. I Ching and Green stood up to send him off. Suddenly, I Ching remembered something and quickly rubbed his spatial array. Hey, wait a minute. I just remembered something. The cold girl stared at him in confusion. She watched as he took out a thumb-sized door and carefully handed it to her. Lord Feng prepared this. He said that it can open up a space in the realm of the gods that connects to your own world. It will be an independent space. The exit on one side is the realm of the gods, and the exit on the other side is the one you set. It seems to be for gathering power. Well, so far, only one has been prepared. The master of the Void Divine Court took the door and looked at I Ching solemnly. He clasped his hands and adjusted his voice from a cold state to a calm one. Thank Lord Feng for me. I will go back and prepare the power of the Divine Court. Perhaps I will come to the realm of the gods to disturb you soon. After watching the cold girl return to her sickly youth appearance and leave the realm of the gods, Green looked at I Ching. When did Lord Feng prepare that small door? Well, before the expedition. It was said that he wanted to make 7 or 8 of them and then let us choose who to give them to. But then he thought that it would be too troublesome to make one. So he only made one so that he could give it to the master of the Void Divine Court. As for the other worlds, it would be enough to just make a spatial portal. Besides, he also gave them the principal crystal of the realm of the gods, so they don't need to be treated with a higher standard. I Ching said with a smile. In other words, only the Void Divine Court has the potential to be looked forward to. The other worlds need to work harder. Green put his hands behind his head and staggered into the temple. Well, I don't know if those guys found Lord Feng and Lord Huey's place. I just feel uneasy. Ching Jun shook his head and followed them into the guardian's sanctum. Don't worry, the 2 of you are fine. Well, although I know that the 2 of you have fallen into a void region with a very serious barrier, well, my heart is still somewhat uneasy. Why don't we simulate the energy explosion that day and see if we can figure out where the 2 of them went? Green scratched his head. It's no use. First, we don't know the details of the world cluster. Second, the energy explosion caused by the distortion of energy is not the same as the energy explosion we know. Third, the situation in the void changes so much that it reaches the sea. If we really reenact that scene, the result would be completely uncontrollable. Then we can only look for them slowly. Green scratched his head so hard that his hair was almost falling out. Lord Feng and Lord Hui did not leave their origin souls in the spiritual temple. If they did, at least we can follow the traces and deduce their location. I Ching's footsteps paused as he looked thoughtfully at the magnificent, transparent temple beside him. He frowned and pondered for a while before his eyes suddenly widened and he beamed with joy. Perhaps it's not completely impossible. Big Brother Ching, find a few people who specialize in soul force. If possible, find a few divination masters. I have an idea. Maybe we can really find the 2 of them. Green tilted his head and followed his gaze to the spiritual temple. His head was full of question marks, but he knew that this kid was very crafty. Maybe he really thought of a way. Just finding a few people to help wouldn't take much effort. In that unknown world of distorted energy, Yun Nuashing was watching the fleet of planet Pyrolite clean up the battlefield. Originally, this was the most troublesome part of the whole battle, recovering recyclable materials, recyclable garbage, and so on. However, under the impact of Yun Nuashing's disintegration of order, not even dregs were left. Now, the only things that could be cleaned up were the things that were destroyed by their own people. Then he watched the people of planet Pyrolite tie the scraps together, as if intending to drag them back directly. After all, each ship of those big guys was about the same size as the largest ship of the 6th Fleet. Although the battle damage was very low, it simply couldn't fit them. While waiting for a long time, Yun Nuashing heard a loud laughter coming from the side. He turned his head and saw the handsome, middle-aged ruffian walking over with a rosy face. Aha, strange friend, you've done us a big favor. Planet Pyrolite owes you a big favor. Without your help, we would have suffered a lot to take down this Blood Nebula fleet. That's the fleet of the Blood Nebula. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. It didn't seem like what he had imagined. Xing, he saw through what he was thinking and couldn't help but chuckle. That's just one of the fleets. Just like my sixth fleet, they're divided into different levels. If the second fleet or the Blood Nebula fleet had come in person, the situation today would have been hard to say. If the main fleet had come, we would have really seen them come at our faces with a bunch of stars. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. This was somewhat similar to what he had in mind. But in fact, when he heard the name, his first reaction was actually to think that this guy had brought an entire galaxy with him. Well, that was a little unrealistic. He had never seen someone dragging an entire galaxy around with him, even if he was dragging a family with him, having finished the battle in such a short time. Xing, he seemed to be in a very good mood. He told Yun Nuoxing a lot about the Blood Nebula, and Yun Nuoxing was happy to listen to him. However, the more he listened, the stranger he felt. From the information he had gathered, the Blood Nebula should be the most powerful force in this part of the universe. It was roughly equivalent to the Void Court in the vast void. Then, the next second, Xing he told him that the Blood Nebula was actually being watched by several forces. However, these forces were not actually in an alliance. They were just working together to resist the Blood Nebula, and they were at war with each other. Yun Nuoxing spent a long time explaining this complicated strategic relationship, but he couldn't understand what it meant at all. Civil war, and resisting a common enemy at the same time? Even the realm of the gods couldn't spare so much energy to deal with these two things at the same time. Oh, I have to say that your strength is really amazing. The fleet of the Blood Nebula is really unlucky this time. To think that an expert of your level would appear in this part of the universe. Perhaps there will be another period of chaos. He had to admit that he was unlucky. He had just somehow gotten together with a fleet of planet Pyrolite, then somehow came to the border to reinforce them, and somehow got into a fight with the most powerful force in this part of the universe. Although he had only been on the battlefield for 2 minutes and 6 seconds, the fleet of the Blood Nebula, on the other hand, had invaded the territory of planet Pyrolite like a god descending from the heavens and occupying a large area. But before they could gain a firm foothold, they were kicked back to their home by a random guy. Period of chaos. Well, I haven't participated in it before, but I've heard that during the period of chaos, there will be fights between different forces. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and smiled with a troubled look. Oh, have you never joined any force before? This time, Xing he was really surprised. Yun Nuoxing nodded. I told you before I came, I don't belong to any force. It's normal for me to wander around the universe without doing anything, and it's also normal for me to be randomly dragged into something. This time I was dragged here. The last time the period of chaos came, I hid in the wilderness of the universe and didn't care if the world fell apart. Well, I'm suddenly a little interested this time. Xing he. Ahem. How about this? The cleaning of the battlefield here is almost done. Let's go back to Planet Prime, sit down, and slowly talk about the long period of chaos. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile and followed the fleet of Planet Pyrolite back to the main territory of Planet Pyrolite that they had left less than 2 hours ago. Moreover, this time he was invited in as a guest, which meant that he had been cleared of suspicion and had more or less gained some trust. Bah! He knew it when he saw Captain Xing, he laughing and sifting his chaff as he walked over. However, he knew very well that the so-called Sixth Fleet was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. How could they stand against him? Chapter 1372. The first planet to which Planet Pyrolite belonged was casually named the First Planet, but some people simply called it Planet Pyrolite. After all, it was the main planet. There were 3 man-made companion planets in the sky, and they were located in the same location. 4 orbs could be seen rising from the east and setting in the west in a single day. Looking at this blue-green planet from the sky, one could see many clear veins, roads, and traces of energy flowing from every corner of the planet to a main city located at the equator. Needless to say, that was the main city of Planet Pyrolite. The Sixth Fleet stopped at 3 moons that he couldn't tell which belonged to which one. He took Yun Nuashing to a small fishing boat and landed on planet Pyrolite in less than a minute. He then threw Yun Nuashing into a building that was less than 20 meters tall in the main city and went to the top floor of the building with a face that hadn't been groomed yet to make a report. Yun Nuashing, who was used to standing at a high altitude, suddenly felt a little unaccustomed to the 20-meter-tall building. Moreover, the building style here was all gray iron boxes without any decorative or aesthetic value. It was rigid and very practical. Regardless of whether it was comfortable or not, it just looked a little strange. Oh, right, this 20-meter-tall building was the tallest building on the planet. They didn't seem to be developing mainly on the surface, but underground. From what he could sense, there was an even larger city underground. The center of the hollowed-out planet was a bustling metropolis. There were countless connections between the underground and the surface. As for the surface, most of the people here were combatants like Xing He, and most of the military matters were on the surface. He didn't know what to say about this design. Was there a layer of armed shell on the surface protecting the peaceful and stable development of the world below? If there wasn't any special purpose, he could only say that the people of planet Pyrolite were a bit of a pain in the ass. Their brains were full of tricks that made them uncomfortable unless they did something in their own world. Between the two, well, he hoped it was the former, and he was also looking for evidence to prove it. This planet looks like a sanctuary. It's heavily guarded outside, and it's the kind that has long legs and can run away at any time. Yun Nuashing looked at the traces all over the planet. He looked inside and outside, and finally discovered something. He told the little angel that was hiding in his soul. Sanctuary? It's hard to understand. Let me think of something else. It's probably a temple that's easy to move around in the divine realm, just like the temple of Expeditionary Temple. It's the kind that allows you to fight and chase your enemies at the same time. In the depths of planet Pyrolite, I sensed something entangled and stored a large amount of spatial energy. It's probably some kind of teleportation device. This, coupled with the underground city I just mentioned and the relatively short buildings on the surface, seems to be tailor-made for some kind of emergency. If there's a calamity, they can take the entire planet with them and flee. The surface, which is the most vulnerable to attack, is a natural barrier. The little angel was also amazed. You've already made preparations to take refuge. It's probably because they're already used to disasters happening at any time and place. So they simply live by avoiding disasters on one side and fighting on the other side. Yun Nuashing heaved a long sigh of relief. It has the most to do with this world itself. It is most likely because of this world that this strange way of life is born. I haven't seen this kind of worldwide where many times. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he sat down on the steel chair next to him. It was cold and hard to sit down, so he felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to sit down and rest for a while, but his thighs were hurting, so he could only walk around the room with Jing Yuanji in his arms. I'm still affected by the distorted energy, but the effect is too small, so I can't sense it too clearly. He was trying to wake up the sleeping princess. When he touched the deepest part of her mind, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar energy, so familiar that he wanted to strangle the group of people. Where did I encounter it? The energy, Nova didn't even break my shield. It affected me because I was careless, but how could it affect her? Yun Nuashing scratched his head as he carefully pulled out the deeply hidden, distorted energy from Jing Yuanji's mind. Could it be that we were affected when we entered that crystal space? The little angel mentioned, that's someone else's domain. If we were inexplicably affected and couldn't find any signs of it, it could only be there, right? After removing the influence of the distorted energy, Yun Nuashing could feel that Jing Yuanji's mind was rapidly waking up. According to this, she should be able to wake up in less than 5 minutes. Hearing the little angel's speculation, he thought about it and guessed that it could only be there. If that's the case, I still slightly underestimated their danger. Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a bit reckless to casually break into other people's territory. Standing by the wall made of glass with Jing Yuanji in his arms, he looked down at the iron boxes that were shorter than this building. A few minutes ago he didn't feel much, but after he said that just now, he suddenly felt that the entire building on the surface was like a large military camp. The people living in the core of the earth were ordinary people in the bustling city, and the people on the surface were some people in charge of combat. Even if the two were separated, the connection between them would never be broken. The building under his feet had a passage to the core of the earth, but he was not interested in it. If you look closely, you can still see the difference. The little angel floated out from behind Yunuashing and pointed at a place in the distance. The buildings over there are more or less incompatible with this place. The style is completely different. Perhaps the life forms that live here didn't originate from the same place. Yun Nuashing's black eyes gradually turned white. Once again he scanned planet Pyrolite with his eyes. After a short while he said, 80% of the life forms on planet Pyrolite are humans. 60% of the humans are ordinary humans, and 40% belong to a branch of the human race. They have some extraordinary and strange characteristics. There are no scenes on planet Pyrolite that completely fit the conditions for their birth. Presumably, they were either artificially created or migrated here from somewhere else. But this is not something to be concerned about. 20% of the life forms in the realm of the gods are also made up of outsiders. Many of their ancestors were outsiders who settled down in the realm of the gods. The little angel thought for a moment and said, "Oh, that's true. There is nothing to be concerned about." She retreated back into his soul and maintained a state of fusion. Oh! While Yun Nuashing was waiting and daydreaming, the person in his arms finally made a sound that was gradually waking up. He hurriedly snapped out of his daydreaming state and lowered his head. He just so happened to meet a pair of light blue Maymau's eyes. Their eyes met, and the owner of the light blue eyes was still a little confused. When she realized that she was in a different position, her face immediately flushed red. "You're finally awake." Yun Nuashing smiled. There was a hint of helplessness in his smile. He gently squatted down and helped Jing Yuanji up. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw her panicked expression. "I've been carrying you all the way. My arms are sore." Jing Yuanji's delicate face immediately flushed even redder. Although she was unconscious, she still retained some of the feelings that heavenly god of origin should have. She clearly remembered that Master Feng had carried her all the way here and flew back and forth. He had carried her in his arms as he fought. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Jing Yuanji hurriedly covered her red face and eyes with her right hand. She stuttered for a while before she calmed down and put down her hand. There was still a faint blush on her pretty face. She looked very beautiful. Speaking of which, Master Feng, where are we? Well, I'm not sure where we are. Yun Nuashing's back was against the glass. He crossed his arms and shook his head. After that explosion, we were thrown into this world. We were lucky enough to get together. I don't know where he has drifted to. I've lost contact with him now. Before this, I could still use the power of the realm of the gods to communicate with others using the observer mode. I don't know why that doesn't work now. Jing Yuanji lowered her head and muttered to herself for a while. Probably because the world light in the realm of the gods is too different from the world light here. Moreover, the difference between the space and the world barrier here is too great. Simply put, it's too thick. That's why I can't contact him. As for Master Hui, perhaps it's the same situation. Well, my guess is about the same. Yun Nuashing nodded and explained why they did not go back immediately. Jing Yuanji also expressed her interest. While waiting for Xing He to report what happened during the trip, the three people began to discuss the role of the distorted energy in this world in whispers. It had always been a plague in remote worlds, but in this world, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed to be an energy that helped the life in this world to grow. The fleet of planet Pyrolite, the fleet of the Blood Nebula, and the satellites all coexisted with the distorted energy in some of the energy cores. No, they did not exist in the energy cores. They seemed to be the energy cores of some of the things, such as the cores of the ships and the artificial satellites. All kinds of signs indicated that the weak, distorted energy had become a relatively important energy in this world. However, there is one thing they have in common, and that is that the concentration of the distorted energy is relatively thin. Compared to the intensity of the energy on vast sky's body, it is at least 10 million times diluted. Even so, they are very careful when using this energy. I saw that the energy cores of the 3 moons on planet Pyrolite have defensive measures for emergency destruction. This means that they should be aware of the danger of this energy. The intensity of an energy that is comparable to 1 in 10 million of the pinnacle of origin is being used by a group of celestial beings. Jing Yuanji's expression was a little strange. This is playing with fire, even if it is 1 in 10 million. Ugh. Before she could finish her words, Yun Nuashing suddenly reached out his hand and covered her small mouth. His mouth quickly made a hiss. Jing Yuanji blushed and quickly shut up, just as she was adjusting her expression. The door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Ahaha. Sorry for leaving you here for so long. Your companion has woken up. I was just saying that if she hasn't woken up yet, I've prepared a healer here. Xing, he opened the door and said a bunch of things as soon as he came in. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji both turned around and nodded in greeting. Oh, it hasn't been that long. However, I was planning to take a nap if you didn't come. That attack earlier actually used up quite a lot of energy, Yun Nuashing said with a chuckle. Haha, if you want to rest, this isn't a good place. There's only cold steel as a pillow here. There's not even a fireplace. If you want to relax, I recommend you to go to the core city. That's the place to relax. Xing, he sat down with a smile. Perhaps he trusted them more, or he was just a casual person, or perhaps planet Pyrolite did not care about these things. Either way, he mentioned the secret of the city hidden in the core of the planet as soon as he opened his mouth. The core city? Yun Nuashing played along and pretended to be surprised. You emptied the core of the planet? You even built a city there? It's not that difficult. It's just a little time-consuming. This is actually a relatively high-level secret in the universe. Most people don't know about it. Only the leaders of those organizations know about it. However, planet Pyrolite hasn't been invaded for 166 years, so this information hasn't actually been put to use. Knowing that Yun Nua and the others did not know about this, Xing, he was very proud of himself. What surprised the two of them even more was that it was said that 1/10 of the geocentric city was planned by him. Well, there's always time to rest. Yun Nuashing pulled Jing Yuanji and sat down casually. Tell me about the upcoming chaotic period you mentioned. You know, I've never participated in it before. I've always been at the edge of the universe. Until one day, some idiot smashed my house. Currently, I can't find a safe place to stay out of it, so I have no choice but to learn about the upcoming chaotic period. Sure, it's not that hard to understand anyway. Let's keep it short. I'll finish it for you in a while. Xing, he took a sip of water, pursed his lips, and muttered to himself for a moment. Then he slowly said, In short, it's about the war in the universe. That's it. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji. Ahem, well, that's what it is. There's no point in saying anything else. It's better to say that there's some meaning to it that we can't pry into. Xing, he could not help but laugh dryly when he saw the confused faces of the two. After a while, he said seriously, Let's put it this way. We'll take the energy that life possesses. Life here refers to all races, but energy is the energy that we can control. It's not just our realm, but also the things that we have. For example, I control a fleet, and that fleet is also part of my energy. In short, it's all the power that we can touch and mobilize, Yun Nuashing said. Xing, he nodded. The beginning of the chaos period is related to these two things. Although I've experienced it twice, both times were a bit baffling. I still remember that I was just a little captain of a small boat. I don't know when I came back to my senses, but I was already in charge of a fleet all by myself. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Although I got through the chaos period in a daze, some people with great wisdom might have understood something. Some life forms that have experienced it more times concluded that perhaps the most relevant point is that when the energy possessed by multiple life forms reaches a certain level, the world will fall into a state of chaos and war will have to be stopped. Well, that's the original saying. In fact, I still don't quite understand what it means. Yun Nuashing twirled a few strands of her bangs. Multiple life forms. Here, are they referring to a few special life forms or a few forces? Or something else that I don't understand? Probably both. When a life form becomes powerful to a certain extent, or when a certain force possesses a certain amount of power, it will probably cause the chaos period to appear. This is the conclusion that we have come to for now. Many people are waiting for the next chaos period to prove that this theory is correct. Xing, he scratched his short black and white hair. So, that's why you said that my appearance might cause the chaos period to appear. Yun Nuashing came to a realization. She finally understood what Haren meant at that time. Yes, but it seems that the information we have isn't quite right. Even now, we still don't understand what the chaos period is all about. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he shook his head. It might not be wrong. I'm a special case. After all, I don't participate in the battles of this world. You see, if the rules of this world made the chaotic period appear according to a certain pattern, and I, who hides at the edge of the world every day, might have been forgotten by this world. Hearing that, Xing he also pondered for a while. That's possible. Jing Yuanji opened her mouth and whispered to Yun Nuashing in her soul. Is there such a strange thing in this world? Maybe. The rules of this world create life forms that follow these rules. Heavenly God-level life forms can't completely ignore the rules of a small environment under the big environment. Yun Nuashing replied in her soul. She then looked at Xing He. Then, when will the chaos period end? Well, I'm not sure about that. Xing, he shook his head helplessly. I thought that, according to what the higher-ups said, we just have to kill the life form or faction that has that energy. But when the last chaos period ended, the most powerful Imperial Grove was already annihilated by dozens of factions. The conditions for the beginning and the end are not on the same standard line. Like you just said, maybe there are some rules in this world that we don't know about, that we can't decipher, and that's why it's always under control. Xing, he scratched his head in distress, scratching a few strands of white hair. Remembering something, he could not help but sigh. Every time the chaos period comes, there's no telling how many people will die in this world. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. This situation, this matter, is a bit similar to the predicament that Suja continent will encounter in the future. The destructive will of the abyssal death mist has not been completely annihilated. Instead, it has been lurking and growing. However, the latter only happens on one planet. This world is in a state of war. It feels a bit unimaginable to say it out loud. And this time, it may have nothing to do with the abyssal death mist. This time, it may have something to do with the abyssal death mist. This time, it may be related to the weak but omnipresent distorted energy that he discovered. At this point, the rune fell silent. Xing, he raised his head and looked as if he was thinking about something. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji were discussing in their souls what disgusting parts this disgusting world was made up of, and what was the role of the distorted energy in this world. Just now, when they used their souls to explore the entire starry sky, traces of the distorted energy were all over the starry sky. They were densely packed little dots, just like the small red dots of the enemy army on a strategic map. Damn it, did it play an important role in the evolution of the void like the great rules of the void? Or is this simply a world created by the distorted races? Jing Yuanji could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing shook his head. It doesn't look like it. There doesn't seem to be any meaning in creating a world where they kill each other. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there's a deeper meaning that we haven't explored yet. Well, what you said, there's about a 20% chance. What do you think, Lord Foam? The distorted energy could be a remnant or left behind when they left. As for this world, it is probably a problem with the rules of this world. If we could go to the concept layer of rules and take a look, we may gain a lot. Then, without further ado, we have Yun Nuashing held Jing Yuanji, who was about to stand up, and continued speaking in their souls. It's sealed. Just like how we sealed the concept layer of rules in the divine realm, someone has sealed the concept layer of rules in this world. The probability of it being man-made and natural is 50-50, and breaking it would alarm something. Let's leave it at that for now. There's no rush. Hearing that, Jing Yuanji could only hold back her eagerness to explore and nodded. Oh, my friends, if you want to know more about the chaotic period, we can go to the satellite and take a look. Xing, he suddenly stood up and smiled at Yun Nuashing and the others. Yun Nuashing agreed at once, but still asked curiously, "We have no problem with that, but why so sudden?" Xing, he scratched his head. "I just received news that my predecessor, the captain of the first fleet of the planet Pyrolite fleet, has just returned from a mission. I'm just going to have a chat with him." Yun Nuashing nodded. They did not have a specific direction to investigate at the moment, whether it was the chaotic period or the matters of this world. They were outsiders who had just arrived. If they wanted to survive here as if they had lived for many years, they would naturally need to come in contact with more information. So, they would just have to take it one step at a time. Chapter 1373. To be honest, even before they arrived on planet Pyrolite, Yun Nuashing had been paying attention to the 3 satellites that were orbiting in a triangular formation. Speaking of which, all the satellites in this solar system were orbiting in a triangular formation. He did not know if it was intentional or not. Judging from the traces left behind, the 3 satellites were probably where the 6 fleets were stored. In other words, it was equivalent to a large shipyard. There might be other things, but he did not want to delve into them one by one. What he wanted to say was that the place was probably an important military base for someone else. Even if they were special guests, they should not be able to visit it directly. Therefore, when he saw Xing, he excitedly take them to a small fishing boat and fly towards one of the satellites. Yun Nuashing was a little confused. But he was only confused for a moment before Xing, he said something that dispelled his doubts. "Look at this one. The satellite in front of you is where the 6 fleets are docked. The entire satellite is used to dock ships. Its surface area is only 3/4 of the size of planet Pyrolite, but because it has a way to spread space, you will only see it when you enter it. As for the other 2 satellites, they are a little confidential." "Oh, I understand. You don't have to say anything." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded to express his understanding. The doubts in his heart gradually disappeared. It seemed that this handsome hooligan was not stupid. He still knew where outsiders were not allowed to enter. In other words, there was nothing to hide in the place where the ships were docked. After a short distance teleportation in space, when the scenery in front of them returned to normal, they saw a port full of huge ships. However, there was not a single drop of water in this place. Oh, I forgot to mention. These 3 satellites were all man-made. There was no ocean on them. They were all simple and uniform, made of steel, just like the buildings on the surface of planet Pyrolite. They did not care about beauty or comfort. They were simple and only used what was needed in the military base. Although they were very simple and economical, they occasionally looked a little too cold and did not have a hint of humanity. The port only had iron box-like buildings made of steel. There were also larger buildings that had undergone space expansion, but the tallest one was just 20 meters. The fleets that Xing, he mentioned, were placed in those long and large metal buildings. There were not many people guarding nearby, but Yun Nuashing could feel dozens of consciousnesses and energy similar to psychic energy sweeping across the space to monitor. She was also curious about the 2 unfamiliar faces that the captain of the number 6 fleet had brought with him. She could not help but pay more attention to them, and then diverted her attention at the right time. Yun Nuashing thought that she would be able to see the captain of the planet Pyrolite fleet as soon as she arrived. But Xing, he only left Yun Nuashing and the others in a room that looked similar to the one they had just stayed in. Then he hurriedly ran out. Before he left, he said in a hurry, "When I came here, I found something wrong. A lot of ships are missing. Maybe they went out, but I did not receive any orders to attack. Anyway, I'm very sorry. Wait for me here. I'll go check on the situation first. I'll be right back. Come, come." He left a trail of echoes that echoed in the cold and empty corridors and rooms. His hurried footsteps even made a heavy clanging sound on the steel floor. Although the floor was also made of metal, it was not so easy to make noise. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji did not even make a sound when they walked past. Otherwise, staying in this place all day long would make them mentally weak sooner or later. It's so troublesome to deal with outsiders. You have to wait for a long time just to meet someone. Jing Yuanji sat down on a cold bench. She twisted a few times in discomfort, but it was still bearable. After all, they are other life forms from another world. We have to abide by their rules, unless we come here as kings. Yun Nuashing smiled and looked outside through the glass wall. Also, I can feel some commotion in this camp. What's going on? Well, it's hard to say. There are many waves of detection here. Even these monitoring units are a little alert and vigilant. I'd better not use my soul detection so casually. It's not good if I accidentally touch something. Although, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can sense what I'm detecting. Why are you looking at me like that? Jing Yuanji stared at him with a smile. He scratched his head a little awkwardly. The little angel suddenly instigated in his soul. Take a look. It's boring to wait anyway. Don't you think it's boring to wait for a long time? This is someone else's military restricted area. Although it's just a docking station and not the other 2 satellites, it's still. When we were on planet Pyrolite just now, we've already scanned this place inside and out. We've seen everything that we shouldn't see. Why are you still complaining? The little angel curled her lips. Yun Nuashing was silent for a few seconds. He thought for a while. Since he had nothing to do anyway, and he didn't know what Xing he was going to confirm or do, he sat down and activated soul sharing. He then merged his soul power into the void and quietly spread it out. This time, it was the 3 of them using his soul vision to observe the situation of the satellite. Oh, this place is more like a port city than a dock. There's actually a city here. It's much smaller than the core city on planet Pyrolite, and it's not as lively. This time, he used his soul power to scan the area more carefully. There was a city that looked like a small town about 100 miles away. It wasn't very prosperous, but it wasn't very lively either. It could only be said that the existence of the small town added some liveliness to the satellite. It was no longer lifeless. Although the buildings there were also made of some kind of metal and were still as rigid as ever. At least the format of the buildings had changed a little. On this moon, there were even more humans and other races. Including the humans on planet Pyrolite, about 80% of the population was humans, but on this moon, less than 50% of the population was humans. The other half was a combination of about 20 different races, but they were all perfectly humanoid. At first glance, no one would mistake them for a different race. Also, they all spoke the common language of all races. It seemed that even this strange world was not an exception. But then again, even the people in the underworld, as well as the rebellious creatures from the perspective of order, all spoke the same language. It was truly amazing that the heavenly gods at the end of the Age of Gods had come up with such a convenient language at the end of the Age of Gods, which saved them the trouble of not being able to speak the same language. But then again, even the people in the underworld, as well as the rebellious creatures from the perspective of order, spoke the same language. It was truly amazing that the heavenly gods at the end of the Age of Gods had come up with such a convenient language at the end of the Age of Gods. Jing Yuanji quietly looked at these images without saying a word. It was only when her sole view changed to another angle that she suddenly said, "The style of these buildings is somewhat similar to the style of the other primordial realms. They are simple and unadorned metal houses." She couldn't remember where it was from, but it wasn't particularly important either. She shook her head and said, "But it's not important. Lord Maple, you don't have to worry about it. Compared to the houses, I'm more concerned about the various races here. No matter how many races there were, they were all in human form, probably because this form was convenient. As for their true form, to put it bluntly, they had the body shape of a human and the body shape of a human with some extra organs. To be more specific, they had horns, tails, and wings. TSK, he still couldn't forget what Nightmare had said back then. Anyway, in general, whether it was on planet Pyrolite or on this satellite, there were many other races apart from the human race. There were also many human branches on the satellite, probably because they were gifted with various special abilities and their physical fitness was better. Most of them were combatants. When Yun Nuashing walked past a line downstairs, she found that there was only one human in it, and he was surrounded in the center. She didn't know if the young man knew about it or not. Speaking of which, Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered that Xing, he was sizing him up, was that middle-aged ruffian trying to determine if he was a human? Speaking of which, were there any energy life forms in this world? Most life forms weren't born in these places. Judging from the spatial traces on their bodies, they first drifted here from other places. Most of the life forms on planet Pyrolite came from different galaxies. Only the spatial traces on their bodies tell me this. Jing Yuanji said softly, "Lord Maple, this world is a little unbelievable." "Is it?" "I think it's okay. I've seen more than 1 or 2 worlds like this." Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Wasn't it just a bunch of life forms from all over the world gathered here? A portion of the life forms in the God realm came from all over the void. Those life forms from different worlds, different galaxies, different systems, and different rules flowed into the sea, like streams of tributaries, causing a lot of trouble there, causing him to have a headache. Jing Yuanji shook her head. "That's not the reason. I can directly see the spatial information entangled in every life form, just like you, Lord Foam. There's a sturdy string on your body that connects to the realm of the gods, which is the origin of every life form. However, the string that connects to the origin of these life forms is only a small number of them that are connected to this very moment. Most of them are in an abnormal situation. They have 2 strings that connect to their origin. One is outside the void, and the other is on the other side of the starry sky." Hearing this, the little angel said, "The void? They came from the outside. Then what's with the other thread? Are they all drifters? The kind that runs all over the world? A world full of drifters?" Jing Yuanji shook her head. "There should only be one piece of information about the spatial entanglement of the birthplace. It is a mark on the level of causality, and logically there should not be 2. For example, I was born in the realm of the gods, and even if I was moved to another place at the moment of my birth and lived there for several eras, it does not change the fact that I was born in the realm of the gods. It's possible to change the laws. That is, things that stand on the level of causality can be changed. Since the laws can be described and manifested, they can be changed," Yun Nuashing said calmly. Jing Yuanji was stunned. Her jade-like fingers touched her sparkling chin and thought for a while. She smiled bitterly and stroked the hair beside her ear. She nodded. "Yes, there is such a possibility. That's why there are 2 situations." Yun Nuashing nodded. "Then the question is, who would be so bored to do such a thing?" Both the little angel and Jing Yuanji thought in silence. Since they knew that this thing had been changed, to put it bluntly, someone was doing this behind the scenes. Then who, why, and for what purpose? Can you see where the void comes from? The little angel suddenly asked Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji shook her head. "There is a powerful shielding force in this void. I can only see that the threads are connected to the void, but I can't see where they are connected to. Where are they going? Is it very uniform, or? Jing Yuanji understood what it meant. A light blue color flashed across her eyes. After looking for a moment, she replied, "There are many. They come from many places, from many different worlds. Moreover, the more powerful the life, the more likely its origin is from the outside, right?" Did it also have two lines? There are also many life forms in the celestial realm in this camp. Take a look and follow those threads to see if you can find the end. Yun Nuashing suddenly said. Jing Yuanji responded and closed her eyes. Her consciousness followed her target and spread out. After about 10 minutes of silence, she opened her eyes and nodded at Yun Nuashing. Well, as you said, 90%, no, 100% of the life forms in the celestial realm all have two threads, and one of them must be pointing to the outside world. Then the weaker and younger ones mostly originate from the local area, right? Yes. Jing Yuanji was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she thought of something. You think that the life forms in the celestial realm in this world all come from the outside world. It's not just the life forms in the celestial realm. There are many, many more life forms. I let you look at the celestial realm because those have lived long enough and have enough information. Yun Nuashing grimaced. But, as you said, well, if you didn't mention the origin, I really wouldn't have noticed these. After all, Xing he didn't say anything about it. Jing Yuanji smiled. It's my honor to be able to help you. Don't talk about honor or not. Be more natural. There's no one around. Yun Nuashing reached out and patted Jing Yuanji's head. Then he turned around and did not see Jing Yuanji's pretty face blushing because of his casual reminder. As for the things in this world, well, although I don't know everything, at least I can guess a lot of things. Aha! Warped race, warped race. This world is filled with their energy traces. If this matter has nothing to do with them, Yun Nua planet will swallow this world alive. This was something that both the little angel and Jing Yuanji could guess. Or rather, when they knew about the existence of twisted energy in this world, they directly believed that this lousy world was absolutely inseparable from the twisted race. Now, they were just guessing what the relationship was, whether it was urgent, and what to solve, how to solve it, and whether it was troublesome. Yun Nuashing grimaced once again. TSK, it sounded troublesome. In any case, when the distorted races, a huge scourge that was spreading throughout the Order faction's void, appeared once again, he didn't think that he would be able to pass this trip peacefully. By the way, take a look at the core of the ships made of twisted energy. Can you find the origin of the energy? Yun Nuashing suddenly saw the large and small ships docked in the port and quickly asked Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji glanced at it, then shook her head in frustration. No, the twisted energy also has serious interference. Their karma lines are all mixed up. Perhaps for them, there is no form or trace of karma at all. A natural layer of protection. How troublesome. Yun Nuashing sighed in distress. If he came, there might be a little success rate in forcibly separating the karma problems. However, that would cause a huge commotion. It was better not to make such a big commotion in someone else's house. If someone thought that he came to demolish the house and hit him with two energy torrents, it would be difficult to clean up. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to take the two girls to see the situation on the other two satellites, there was a tremor not far away. Yun Nuashing quickly withdrew the soul resonance and let that part of the soul's power dissipate into the void. Then he sat up straight. Without needing to pose, the door of the room was pushed open with a bang, hitting the wall and causing a huge commotion. What's wrong? What's the matter? Yun Nuashing asked doubtfully when he saw Xing he rushing in, panting. Needless to say, something must have happened again. When he arrived, he already felt that the atmosphere in the camp was not right. At this moment, after he rushed in, Yun Nuashing could even feel that there was some movement in the camp slowly. It seemed to be the preparation for the mobilization of the combat personnel. Friend, I'm sorry. The things that were scheduled have been cancelled again. Xing, he panted, his face full of distress and irritation. He had been given 2 urgent orders in one day. No matter how good his temper was, he could not help but be a little irritable at this moment. Sit down first. Take your time. Yun Nuashing pressed the handsome, middle-aged ruffian into a chair and said softly. After half a minute, Xing, he calmed down his irritable mood. His face was full of sadness, and he sighed, as if lamenting his ordinary life. Every day, other than being busy, he was busy with sudden attacks. When he looked in the mirror, he found that his white hair had grown a lot longer recently and his skin was wrinkled. Friend, do you remember what I told you just now, about the blood nebula? Xing He's face was full of sadness. The one who brought his family to blow up the stars. Yun Nuashing nodded and replied concisely, Well, I received the news half an hour ago. This time, they really brought their family here. The immensity ocean barrier of the Third Fleet was destroyed by the 12 suns that came charging at them. Now, all the members of the Third Fleet are fighting to the death. In addition, the Second and Fourth Fleet have already set off. The senior who just returned is also making emergency preparations, preparing to bring the First Fleet out. Well, this time they came for revenge. They had just wiped out one of their fleets, and this time a big group came. If there were no accidents, it would be the Blood Cloud Fleet that came in person. And judging from their tone, it might be more than that. However, Yun Nuashing looked at Xing, he suspiciously. Don't tell me it's still the same place as before? Xing, he laughed dryly and nodded. This made him even more curious. What exactly is at your border? First, there was a fleet that came to explore, and this time there was an army directly at the border? A little. Xing, he smiled bitterly. He wanted to say it casually, but that was definitely not possible. This time they were here to ask for help, and it would be annoying to be secretive. Well, do you still remember what I said? There is a special planet that is being targeted, and they are here for that planet. It is full of materials used to make the energy core of a ship. Because of its shocking mass, it is very difficult to move it away, and it will also have some negative effects on the surrounding space. So we have been leaving it there. So we just left it there. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji looked at each other and applauded in their hearts. This was really, they were just talking about where the energy cores of the ships came from, and now they had found one. And according to the negative effects that he mentioned, there was most likely a considerable amount of distorting energy there. Because there was enough of it, it caused a little distortion in the space. Ahem. No matter how much he applauded in his heart, he had to pretend to be calm on the surface. In fact, he had already guessed why this middle-aged handsome man came to him. So you came to find us because you want to give us a ride to the rescue, right? He had a good impression of this careless and somewhat rash handsome ruffian, and now he had a reason to act. More importantly, even if the Blood Nebula was the strongest force in the universe, it was just a matter of snapping his fingers for him. Well, I know this request is a little too much. It is not worth it for you to give us a ride. After all, you are not from planet Pyrolite. Xing, he scratched his head anxiously. After a while, he looked at Yun Nuashing and the others and put his hands together. We can't beat those guys. This is a fact. I want to ask you for a favor. If you have any requests after this, Planet Pyrolite can promise you. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Are these your original words? Well, this is what the senior told me. I told the senior about your matter, and he said this to me. He also promised that the monarch would not have any objections. Xing, he was silent for a while. Suddenly he covered his face. Because the monarch is at the front line, he just went there. Yun Nuashing and the others. Chapter 1374. How should he put it? It seemed like no matter where he went, there would always be a noisy scene. He had only been in this world for 2 hours, yet he had already fought a battle before he could even sit down properly. When he was done, he had just returned to his steel chair and leaned against it. He hadn't even warmed up his chair when the unlucky boarder sent out a second emergency report. The entire Sixth Fleet was not yet fully prepared, and they only had 2/3 of their peak combat strength left. They were forced to reinforce the border, and this time they took away almost all of Planet Pyrolite's forces. Only the Third and Fifth Fleets were left to guard the other side of the border. Their rear defenses were empty, and Yun Nua was truly worried that this unlucky Planet Pyrolite would be raided during the chaos. The strange thing was that the Blood Nebula had not been looking for trouble with Planet Pyrolite for a long time. Since they roamed the universe with their families, they actually had a lot more resources than Planet Pyrolite. Logically speaking, if they wanted to go, they would go to some of the more wealthy places to rob money and territory. After all, there was more than one planet that was dedicated to producing energy cores for battleships. Of course, he also said that the entire planet was made of materials, and there were probably not many of them in this part of the universe. Perhaps that was why they were being targeted. Speaking of which, could it be that Planet Pyrolite had started to become unlucky because of his arrival? How much combat power did the Blood Nebula send? Jing Yuanji glanced at Lord Foam, who kept his head down and muttered, "I'm not a pushover. I'm not a pushover." Then she turned her gaze to Xing, he who was standing not far away, and asked, "Probably twice or thrice as many as we have gathered there and are heading there." Xing, he smiled bitterly. There was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Otherwise, he would not have asked Yun Nuashing for help. He took a deep breath and clenched his hand on the edge of the ship. This time, the teleportation distance is much shorter. In about 2 minutes, we will be directly teleported to the battlefield. They are already deep enough. If the defense line retreats 1 or 2 more times, they will probably be able to escape with the planet. The Blood Cloud fleet will be dealt with by the Sovereign and the Seniors. What we have to deal with is the fleet that is fighting on the flanks. They are also a fleet that is suitable for high-speed combat, like the Sixth Fleet. The energy that Yunjun unleashed last time is probably very difficult to deal with fast-moving targets, right? That's just one of the moves that I'm used to. High speed or not, no matter how fast those guys are, they're just a clumsy big block to me. If they're 3 times bigger than me, they're just targets that I can hit. There's no difference. Yun Nuashing waved his hand indifferently. All right, then the battlefield here should be easily resolved. What I'm really worried about is the Sovereign. Xing, he grinned and shrugged. The difference in numbers is too great. The disparity in combat power is too great. Are you worried that we will be defeated? Jing Yuanji asked. It would be better if that was all. There is a special team in the Blood Nebula fleet. It is said that they can behead the Sovereign in the most chaotic battlefield. This is the first time we have engaged in such a large-scale battle with the Blood Nebula head-on. In the past, it was just a patrol team bumping into another patrol team. Now, the middle-aged ruffian let out a long sigh. There was an unconcealable sadness on his charming face. A moment later, he shook his head and quickly ordered the fleet to speed up. It is useless to think so much now. Let's boom. Before he could finish, there was a sudden violent tremor. The entire azure dimensional passage flickered like a candle flame in the wind. Well, we are not there yet. The enemy is already here to welcome us. Xing, he was slightly taken aback. The sudden attack was unexpected. It seemed that they were about to be dragged out of the spatial tunnel. However, he did not panic. He had already been through hundreds of battles. This kind of sudden situation could not cause him to panic. The immensity barrier will maintain half of its energy. The energy-gathering crystal will maintain 1/5 of its original strength. Increase the speed of energy emission and increase the frequency. The enemy is as troublesome as a fly. They do not carry any powerful force that can defeat us in one blow. We have to suppress them in speed, which is what we are good at. Sorry, I have to go back to command the battle. Xing, he hurriedly finished his sentence and suddenly threw down 2 tokens, which seemed to be the insignia of Planet Pyrolite. These insignia can protect you from being attacked by the forces of planet Pyrolite. If you make any moves, we will be the first to know. I'll leave it to you." After saying that, he quickly ran back to the command room. Yun Nuashing noticed that the ships around them had slowed down. They were waiting for the dimensional passage to collapse on its own. The immensity barrier that caught his attention had been raised. Many combatants rushed into the sky and stood within the barrier. They stared at the fading dimensional passage with fierce eyes, waiting for the enemy to come out so that they could unleash a storm of attacks. After waiting for a while, Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji also slowly walked to the other side of the ship. They watched as the dimensional passage became fainter and fainter, replaced by a starry sky that was rapidly receding from their sight. Yun Nuashing counted down to 5 seconds in his mind. Before the dimensional passage completely disappeared and the fleet had not yet come to a stop, a wave of energy poured in from countless angles. He could see a large group of smaller ships that were several times larger than the fishing boats on planet Pyrolite charging at the fleet that was wrapped in a turtle shell. Not a single ship could stay in sight for more than 2 seconds. They were really flying around like flies and would suddenly appear in front of the enemy while flying. It was as if their purpose was not to kill the enemy, but to disgust them. After withstanding the first wave of attacks, the Sixth Fleet also bared their fangs and began to counterattack. This fleet was also good at speed, so it was common to see a large group of flies flying around each other on the battlefield. The experts of each fleet were also elusive, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Occasionally, they could feel a few violent bursts of energy. When they reappeared in front of everyone, one had a bloody nose, one had a swollen face, and the other was vomiting blood. They were already done fighting. "It's so messy." This was Jing Yuanji's first impression when she saw the fighting style of this world. The whole scene was a mess. They had good eyesight, so no matter how fast things were, they looked like they were moving in slow motion to them. However, if they hid their energy, they could only see small things flying around in the sky. They couldn't see anything clearly at all. "Lord Feng, should we attack directly?" Jing Yuanji tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing, intending to ask if there was a possible way to fight. It's troublesome to have so many flies all over the sky. Moreover, the Blood Nebula and planet Pyrolite have completely mixed together. It's impossible to tell which side is which. It's not like everyone has an energy identification formation like ours. I'm also worried about accidentally injuring them. Yun Nuashing pointed at the battlefield that was already tangled up, spread his hands and sighed. Seeing that he seemed to have a plan, Jing Yuanji couldn't help but chuckle. "Then what do you plan to do?" "For the time being, we're here to rescue them." Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment, then grinned. "There's no rule that says that fighters can't be support, right? So flies stop right there." Yun Nuashing shouted and stomped hard on the ship. The entire ship shook with a rumble, and a hole appeared on the deck. Yun Nuashing looked down, then looked up and saw Jing Yuanji tilting her head, pretending not to see anything. He blushed and quickly raised his right hand. Domain of silence. Invisible energy waves burst out from his body in an instant, covering the area within a radius of a few light years at a speed far faster than light. When the invisible waves swept past, both parties were shocked. What happened next shocked them even more. Everyone in the Blood Nebula stood still as if they were having convulsions. There was an even more powerful while suppressing their energy, including the fleets of the Blood Nebula. They were frozen on the spot as if they had lost their minds. The people on planet Pyrolite were still in the midst of a high-speed chess game. When they saw that the enemy had suddenly stopped for some unknown reason, they were stunned at first. Then they quickly launched a violent attack, taking advantage of the fact that they couldn't move. In just 1 minute, the Blood Nebula's fleet that came to intercept them shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was unknown whether the Blood Nebula's fleet had been beaten into a daze, or they really couldn't move in this shrinking domain of silence. Anyway, they could only watch as their ships were reduced one by one, and their crew members were reduced one by one. Master Foam, didn't you say that there was no way to identify the energy? Jing Yuanji asked curiously as she turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing still raising his right hand. She thought that Master Foam meant for both sides to stop and then let her destroy them one by one. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pointed at his right hand with his chin. She looked up and suddenly understood. He was holding the token insignia that he had just given him. He had used the energy to identify them, so they could accurately not affect the people on planet Pyrolite. They can identify us, so I can naturally identify them. Well, if I didn't have this thing, it would be a little more troublesome. But that's all I can do. If I use destructive attacks, this level of energy identification won't be able to accurately control everyone on planet Pyrolite. Just as Jing Yuanji was listening to Yun Nuoxing with admiration, suddenly, this sudden change should have been expected. Not only the two of them, but even he was also on guard at the beginning. Perhaps it was because he saw that the enemy would be wiped out very quickly that an accident suddenly occurred. Just as the two of them were talking and he was leisurely commanding the battle on the other side. An extremely dazzling and powerful energy light suddenly illuminated the entire fleet. It was so bright that it was as if a sun had exploded out of thin air. Everything in sight was filled with the dazzling light, and accompanying the light was an abnormal energy. The white light caused everyone to react almost instantly. He's face turned pale, and he hurriedly increased the defensive power of the immensity barrier, but it was too late. A similar sense of danger rose in everyone's hearts. Yun Nuoxing also noticed the light of the new energy star and reacted immediately. However, in that short moment, he did not have time to replace the domain of silence with any defensive barrier. Then he saw the beautiful light blue figure in front of him flash and disappear. Following that, the surrounding space suddenly condensed into 6 huge light blue spatial mirrors. Bang! A violent sound that contained the laws of nature exploded with energy that was enough to shake the entire starry sky. The violent energy swept through this space for a full 16 seconds and then dissipated in an instant. The 6th fleet, which should have evaporated into thin air, was now looking at the space in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Everyone was stunned. The people on planet Pyrolite were stunned because they found it strange that they were still alive, and so were the people on the Blood Nebula. However, they were stunned because they did not know why the former and the others were still alive. Yun Nuoxing, who was standing on the ship, whistled and unhurriedly changed the domain of silence back to the domain of silence. It's really a star explosion. A sun just exploded less than 100 million miles away from us, and it was an explosion that locked down the space with only one vent. Thank you for saving Yunjun. I just let my guard down a little. I thought that the Blood Nebula fleet would not have the time to look over here, but it seems that I underestimated the situation over there. The enemy obviously has the strength to support us from a distance. His somewhat embarrassed voice came from the communication Golden Stone. My girl saved you. If you want to thank her, thank her. I didn't react in time either. Yun Nuoxing looked at Jing Yuanji, who was hanging not far above the ship. Seeing that she was fine, he lowered his head. However, before he lowered his head, he seemed to have noticed that Jing Yuanji's ears were red. So, we just took a direct hit from the new energy star. Pay attention to your defenses. It's coming again. Bang! As soon as Yun Nuoxing's voice trailed off, he hurriedly adjusted the immensity barrier. Just as they were in a hurry to deal with it, an even more intense energy, light, suddenly burst out from the front. A shockingly vast and pure energy that was so compressed that it seemed as if it could split heaven and earth descended from above the entire fleet. It was like the light of creation, and then swept across the entire 6th fleet. This time he had the time to see it clearly. However, he only saw the moment before the energy burst out. The process was like squeezing an energy ball from the size of a planet to the size of a fist, and then throwing it in one direction. That was roughly how it looked, but there was also a huge amount of distorted energy mixed in. They must have secretly studied that energy. Otherwise, how could they squeeze such a huge amount of distorted energy into a pure energy star? Huff, huff. It's too difficult to pretend that my power isn't too exaggerated. I have to frantically suppress my own energy output and protect the fleet at the same time. Jing Yuanji landed beside him, panting. Although 2 suns had exploded in the Blood Nebula, that level of attack could only deal with some high-tier celestial gods. If it wasn't for the distorted energy, even high-tier celestial gods could not be killed, let alone the 2 of them. However, it was more than enough to deal with the combatants on planet Pyrolite. Full speed ahead. Ignore those fleeing remnants. Maintain the immensity barrier at full energy defense and be on guard against enemy ambushes. Xing, he was about to give the order to encircle and annihilate the remnants of the Blood Nebula after seeing that they were still unscathed after taking 2 energy Nova's head on. However, their stiff movements suddenly became lively as they fled in one direction. After thinking for a while, he decided not to pursue them. He would first regroup with the Sovereign and the others at the front line. Most importantly, he wanted to bring the 2 green chickens who had given him a boost of confidence. It's not completely useless. By destroying 2 suns, the distortion energy has distorted the control of the silent domain, rendering it ineffective. If I don't use the divine right, I won't be able to hold those guys back. If I use it, I don't know what the consequences will be. If it's an unintentional move, then so be it. But if the other side has thought it through, then it's going to be interesting. Yun Nuashing looked at the fleeing fleet of the Blood Nebula and slowly retracted the silent domain. Jing Yuanji thought for a moment. Lord Feng, you've already fought them last time. Could it be that they're wary of you? That means you agree with the latter idea, right? Someone on the other side knows that there's a near upper limit of combat power here, so they blew up 2 suns to protect the rest of the fleet. Well, it's not bad to think of things in a bad way. We just have to deal with a worse situation. Jing Yuanji nodded with a smile. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at her. He thought so too. However, the Blood Nebula really went all out. The entire battle lasted less than 7 minutes. From the moment the Blood Nebula was restrained by the silent domain to the moment they collapsed, only 1 or 2 minutes had passed. The other side did not hesitate to blow up 2 suns. They were terrifyingly decisive. No wonder they could become the most powerful faction in the universe. The Blood Nebula. I wonder if the distorted races will show up. Judging from the distorted energy in the energy blast just now, it doesn't look like something normal people can do. Jing Yuanji frowned. It doesn't look like it. If the distorted races were to show up, they could just send an Empyrean god of origin to sweep across the entire universe and take over the rule of this world. There's no need for them to sneak into a faction like this, just for fun? That seems to be the case. Before they could come up with a vague idea, a huge energy reaction suddenly came from the front. The 2 of them turned their heads and looked at the front more than 1 billion kilometers away. There, hiss, there were a bunch of huge suns hanging there, and all of them had a distorted red center. Those were the suns that had been injected with distorted energy. There were 11 of them. If all of them were to smash down on the planet Pyrolite fleet, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. Lord Yin, we've entered the range of direct contact. Please be careful. After going a little further, they could see the 2 sides fighting each other. Xing, his voice came from the communication golden stone. Yun Nuashing responded casually. They were already very close, perhaps only 1 million kilometers away. They could directly see the scene of energy bursting out all over the starry sky. They could see the dark red fleet blotting out the sky and the silver fleet in front of them, which was obviously much smaller. Moreover, they seemed to be more formal. Compared to the ships of the 6th Fleet, The first, second, and fourth fleets looked more luxurious and mighty. They all had the emblem of Planet Pyrolite engraved on them. As for the types of ships, they were more or less the same. There were bigger fishing ships with high agility and high attack power. There were also the big ships like the one he was standing on. There was also a unique silver-gray ship that was pieced together by two big ships, one on the left and one on the right. There was a huge red crystal hanging in the middle of the two ships, which was the same as the energy core of the other ships. Although there were no special markings on the ship, even a fool could understand that the one and only ship must be different. Then, there must be something wrong with it. It couldn't be that the monarch of Planet Pyrolite was on that ship, could it? If it was up to him, an important person would definitely be on a ship that looked exactly the same but had a completely different interior. If the ship didn't stick out like that, it would be obvious that the others had to focus their firepower on it. Xing, he suddenly said. Yunjun, look at that specially made ship. The monarch is on it. Yun Nuoxing face-bombed. Well, he didn't know if it was because his view was different from others. Hiss, he felt a little tired. After returning to the fleet without any surprises or dangers, Yun Nuoxing shifted his gaze away from the specially made ship that was more than twice their size. He turned to look at the front. Only 200,000 kilometers away from them, there were two extra large dark red ships that outnumbered them. They had fierce firepower and could withstand a beating. There were about 60,000 ships, and it looked as if they had turned out in full force. There were also 11 huge suns hanging beside them. The battle line stretched out for almost 1,000,000 kilometers, and the flames of war burned across the starry sky. If we fight them one by one, I'll be tired. Yun Nuoxing looked at the Blood Nebula fleet in front of him and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Chapter 1375. The dazzling light of the sun shone on the dazzling and noisy battlefield. Its huge trembling body was a little fragmented under the influence of the distorted energy in the center. Looking down at the battlefield, one would think that these two groups of guys were fighting fiercely under the sun. Because the distance was so close, one would feel dizzy as if they were about to touch the huge sun if they stretched out their hand. A distance of only 200,000 miles was not very far. Fortunately, the 11 suns were not those huge, irritable giants in the starry sky. Otherwise, just by standing here and looking ahead, one would only see a world of fire, dazzling light, and huge tongues of fire bursting out for thousands of miles. But the feeling now was actually similar. Facing the light from the huge sun 200,000 miles away, if one did not treat their eyes, this place would really be drowned in the light. No one knew what the people of the Blood Nebula were thinking. Dragging such a huge thing into someone else's territory to fight, they did not feel tired at all. Boom! The huge sound of energy destruction spread across the starry sky with a force that shook the rules. This huge battlefield that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles was bursting with powerful energy all the time. Some areas exploded into bright white balls of light that expanded without limit. In the end, they could only retreat from the area and wait for the violent energy to subside. Just as Yun Nuoxing and the others were watching the battle in a daze, they did not know how much energy had been extinguished on the battlefield. It was as if the energy had been poured into a bottomless pit. The ships and many powerful people from both sides fell into the pit together. Although the battle looked fierce and a little tragic, both sides were vigilant. Therefore, there was no real desperate scene. The battle was still going on peacefully. It was just a matter of who could hold it in until the end. Planet Pyrolite is guarding against the 11 suns. Then, what is the Blood Nebula guarding against? Yun Nuoxing's eyes swept across the 11 suns. Maybe Planet Pyrolite also has an attack of that level. Jing, Yuanji shrugged. We don't have enough information, and we are not familiar with Planet Pyrolite. But this is the only way we can think. If Planet Pyrolite does not have a backup plan, the Blood Nebula can just smash the 11 suns down. According to Xing He, the Blood Nebula does not seem to lack such resources. They are also used to using this method. Lord Foam, when are we going? Yun Nuashing glanced around the battlefield aimlessly, trying to find a breakthrough that would save him the most energy and had the greatest effect. It would be best if he could defeat his opponent with one strike. However, he had been looking around for a long time and still could not find the place. While he was looking for it, the Blood Nebula had been attacking for half an hour. The Immensity Sea Barrier, which made him feel a little emotional, had to use the energy it had absorbed to resist the attacks that were almost beyond its limit again and again. Ripples had appeared on the barrier, and its defensive power had decreased a little. All right, if we don't fight now, we'll have no choice but to run away with the scrap metal of planet Pyrolite. There was a clear gap between the combat power of planet Pyrolite and the Blood Nebula. After half an hour of fighting, it could be seen that planet Pyrolite was at an absolute disadvantage. The battle line that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles was pressing towards them. Yun Nuashing immediately raised his hand. This time, he did not rush out of the ship. He stood on the deck and prepared to attack. Destroy that energy barrier and destroy most of them. That should be enough, right? Of course, he had to fight, but he really did not have the energy to do so. He was at the peak of reciprocity and had touched the peak of reciprocity at the primeval stage. Was it not bullying if he was asked to kill a bunch of celestial gods? However, if he did not get the energy to do so, planet Pyrolite would be wiped out by a wave of attacks. Yun Nuashing had probably used the energy. He had just reached reciprocity. He was trying to compress the energy crazily to make a change. However, this was a headache, especially for him. Just as he was about to unleash his energy to deal a heavy blow to his opponent, the Blood Nebula suddenly did something strange. The ships and personnel that had spread to every corner of the battlefield suddenly gave up on their opponents and gathered towards their own side. Then the dazzling light in front of him suddenly became even brighter. Monarch! I've sensed a destructive attack from the laws ahead. The sun is about to explode. The voice that came from the communication golden stone was a voice that had been transmitted twice. Although it sounded quite serious, the person who spoke was still calm and composed. There was no fluctuation in his voice at all. It even made people feel that he would laugh out loud in the next second. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly looked up and saw the sun, hanging diagonally above him, suddenly shrink violently. A visible energy shockwave squeezed the blazing ball of energy from the outside to the inside, reducing it to the size of a ship in 5 seconds. Then an enormous spatial force erupted from it, as if it had locked onto a target. In the next second, the sun that had been compressed to a size of 10,000 meters shattered with a bang, turning into a crimson energy beam that had been compressed to a size of 10,000 meters. With an earth-shattering distortion energy, the beam shot out, heading straight for Yun Nuashing, who was on the 6th Fleet. What the hell? They're on guard against me. Yun Nuashing, who had been under the impression that the enemy was on the verge of unleashing a frenzied attack, let out a cry of surprise. The dazzling new energy star had already covered the entire fleet of planet Pyrolite. Furthermore, it was an attack that had been compressed with precision. That destructive energy was more than enough to destroy the immensity barrier in just 4 or 5 attacks. Boom! That was not the end of it. As the first explosion of light blinded his eyes, the entire fleet shook violently. Before the explosion of energy had even passed, another 4 or 5 similar explosions of energy whistled in his direction. The energy from the 6 distorted suns shattered the spatial tunnel that they had locked onto, and the surrounding space shattered into several hundred pieces, like a mirror that had fallen to the ground. Oh, they really are aiming for my face. If it weren't for Jing Yuanji's protection, the 6th Fleet would have been setting off fireworks. The dazzling explosion of light dispersed. Yun Nuashing could not help but whistle. How crazy! No wonder they did not do anything, even when the 6 suns possessed overwhelming power. They were on guard against an unknown existence like him. Who knew if the vanguard he had killed last time had exaggerated something when he reported his situation to them before he died, which made them think so highly of him? If he was someone who had just reached reciprocity, he would have been reduced to a horrible state if he had not been paying attention. Sir Feng, they seem to think highly of you. Jing Yuanji could not help but giggle as she hovered to the side. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened as he rolled his eyes. The energy in his hand condensed into a huge mirror before him. After a moment of delay, a stream of light erupted from the mirror like a galaxy. It destroyed the lingering energy in the surroundings with an energy that could tear the world apart. Afterwards, it collided with the huge, dark red energy barrier of the Blood Nebula in less than half a second and was forcefully blocked. The Milky Way's light was extremely small in a battlefield that could easily span hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, the destructive energy that erupted from that tiny light was enough to send chills down everyone's spines. What shocked them even more, especially the people from Planet Pyrolite, was that the light was actually blocked by the energy barrier on the other side. Xing He, who had seen how terrifying the energy of order disintegration was so scared that his face turned red. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Milky Way's light was filled with energy that they had no way of analyzing or using. If that light was used against them, the Immensity Sea Barrier, which was supported by all 4 fleets, wouldn't last more than 2 minutes under the continuous illumination of that light. It was blocked. Jing Yuanji's beautiful eyes shrank slightly and narrowed, but she did not dare to stare at Lord Feng's order disintegration. It was similar to some kind of energy field attack, a destructive blow of concepts and rules. Even if it was weakened a lot because it did not have the support of divinity and most of the power of the divine, right? Just looking at it would still make her eyes uncomfortable. She looked at the barrier on the opposite side. From a little faint energy trace, she could see that there were 5 imperceptible energy traces on the huge dark red barrier. It was connected to the remaining 5 suns hanging next to it. It was probably an energy barrier condensed from the distorted energy in the 5 suns, blocking the reduced version of the order disintegration this time. Even Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. Just as he was considering whether he should use a little more force to directly destroy the barrier, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Then he could not help but smile. Everyone present was attracted by the light. They would feel uncomfortable if they looked directly at the light, so they all turned to look at the barrier. Therefore, when the first crack appeared on the barrier, everyone was slightly stunned. In the end, the barrier could not withstand the terrifying energy and showed signs of collapsing. Moreover, after the first crack appeared, a large number of cracks quickly spread across the entire barrier, gradually covering more than half of the area. The people of the Blood Nebula watched as the terrifying light gradually destroyed their barrier. Their faces turned pale. No one would sit still and wait to be slaughtered. When they realized that their own fleet's barrier was going to be destroyed, all the ships and masters of the Blood Nebula who were not in the formation roared angrily and rushed out. They attacked Planet Pyrolite crazily, especially the 6th Fleet where Yun Nuoxing was. It seemed that they wanted to kill Yun Nuoxing before their own fleet's barrier collapsed. "Stop them!" Xing, he shouted as he waved his hand. Many masters of Planet Pyrolite also rushed into the starry sky and stopped the masters of the Blood Nebula one by one. Hold on a little longer. Once the nebula barrier of the Blood Nebula fleet is destroyed, there will be no more defense. This victory will belong to us. For a moment, the forces of resistance and counterattack were equally strong. Both sides were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins and poured out their combat power crazily on the battlefield. However, the center of the battle suddenly shifted from the center of the 2 fleets to the right wing of the Blood Nebula fleet. The starry sky was filled with dazzling fireworks as far as the eye could see. This time, even if a huge destructive storm was stirred up, no one would take a step back. Boom! There was another loud explosion of energy that sounded like the creation of the world, causing the entire immensity sea barrier and space barrier to tremble. The entire fleet retreated several kilometers because of this. The Blood Nebula fleet once again detonated a sun, burying their own masters and those of planet Pyrolite in the destructive light of creation. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. Then a large amount of highly concentrated distorted energy shot toward Yun Nuashing like a cannonball. With a sharp whistling sound, it exploded into huge energy balls less than 100 meters away from the immensity sea barrier. Xing, how much longer can you hold on? Yun Nuashing shouted at the golden communication stone beside her while sweating profusely. Just as Jing Yuanji had said, it was very troublesome to control the energy so that it would not explode, especially when the other side was resisting fiercely. Yun Jun, we can hold on for as long as you want. In any case, you won't fall before the other side. Empty out all the remaining energy for me. You won't need them for the time being anyway. Throw out the rest of the energy cores as disposable weapons. The middle-aged handsome man also roared back. Then he roared and gave orders to his subordinates. It sounded like he was scolding them right in their faces. The battlefield, which had been stagnant for a moment, burst out with even more powerful energy reactions again. The Blood Nebula fleet had used a sun to clear the battlefield and then poured out firepower with all their might, but they still failed to make a hole in the immensity sea barrier. Instead, because the immensity sea barrier had lost a core that supplied energy, the barrier was already tottering under the energy of the disintegration of order. It was only 1 minute away from collapsing. Monarch, I get it. Clear the battlefield from the front. Clear the battlefield from the front. The test subject is going to fire the first shot. All of you get out of the shooting range. If you get caught in the blast, you'll have to fend for yourself. A shout came from the golden communication stone, which stunned Yun Nuashing. She turned her head curiously and looked at the specially made ship, which was the one that had 2 ships put together. At first glance, she saw that the entire ship was shining with dazzling light. The light burst out from every inch of the 2 ships and then flowed quickly along the hull like streams of water. Finally, it merged into the energy core in the middle of the 2 ships. The huge red energy crystal suddenly glowed, and a sense of danger rose in the hearts of the people around. Distorted energy. It seems that planet Pyrolite can also use this kind of energy. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. She was not very surprised, just a little surprised. The ship, which was said to be specially made, took 5 seconds to charge the huge energy core. In the end, a red energy beam mixed with mottled energy colors shot out, shooting towards another part of the nebula barrier that was already full of cracks. The nebula barrier that was already full of cracks finally shattered with this last straw. The dark red energy beam was shattered by the energy recoil, and the disintegration of order was only slightly affected and paused for a moment. Then, like a raging dragon that came out of the sea, it swept forward and moved diagonally to the left under Yun Nuashing's command. It was as if it was holding a huge cosmic saber and slicing through space, and the huge dark red ships instantly turned into fireworks in space. However, this time, Yun Nuashing had to admit that she had underestimated the Blood Nebula. After all, it was the most powerful force in the universe, and it was always able to surprise her. Just when everyone thought that the Blood Nebula was going to be severely damaged, the remaining 4 suns on the battlefield exploded on the spot without holding back. Almost endless energy poured out in all directions, making the people of planet Pyrolite think that the Blood Nebula was going to be buried together with them. However, with the immensity barrier, no matter how much the Blood Nebula self-destructed, it would not affect them. Therefore, when they realized that the Blood Nebula was going to escape under the cover of their own energy explosion and were about to give chase, the dark red ships had already turned into phantoms. They were filled with a large amount of spatial energy and disappeared from the battlefield in an instant. Even Yun Nuashing was stunned. The blood nebula ran too fast. Only a large area near the disintegration of energy that could not be teleported due to the severe damage to the order and energy were forced to stay. The rest of the ships, including those wandering at the edge of the battlefield, had already escaped. What a pity! Only 1/6 of the fleet was destroyed. Jing Yuanji looked at the fleets of the Blood Nebula that had escaped. Originally, she wanted to seal the space as well, but that would cause a great disturbance. The main reason was that it would be too late to seal the space when they discovered the fleet, unless she used the energy of a higher level of origin at that moment. Putting the golden communication rock away, Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. We've suppressed our energy and pretended to be between peak gods and people who have just reached reciprocity. If we want to achieve great results in a battle against such a large army, we'll need to use our full strength. However, suppressing our energy and fighting with our full strength is just too difficult for us. The little angel sneakily peeked at the space that was quickly becoming quiet. Planet Pyrolite did not manage to intercept any enemy, and even if they wanted to chase after them, it was too late. They had no idea where the Blood Nebula had run off to. It's over? That was fast. I thought the battles in space, in this world, would last a little longer. That's theoretically true. Yun Nuashing raised her head and stuck her hands in her pockets. After analyzing the difference in battle prowess between the two sides, theoretically, they would need to fight for a little longer. The Blood Nebula came with overwhelming strength and numbers, but Planet Pyrolite is not completely defenseless. Moreover, they are within our territory, so the 3rd and 5th fleets will definitely be able to continue fighting in an emergency before they encounter an even more decisive and overwhelming force. They will probably need to fight for over a day. The battle prowess of this world seems to be rather average, and there are no individuals with outstanding battle prowess. Although there are some people wearing barriers to fight in space, I just feel like their battle prowess isn't very strong. They're even much weaker than the gods of regular worlds. Jing Yuanji's eyes flickered. She was so bored as a barrier that she had watched all the battles. In their eyes, the battles were not very impressive. It's probably the rules of this world that determine the number of lives. Did you notice that their combatants are all gods? The ones below them are all hiding in the ships. The number of gods that appeared in this battle alone is probably no less than 2 million. In a world between the middle and upper realms, 2 million gods is not a small number, but this is not the total number of gods in this world. It's just the forces that were sent out when the two forces fought. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across this world, as if she could see through it at a glance. Jing Yuanji's eyes flickered. A world that produces gods. Probably. Should go back quickly. Someone's coming. Yun Nuashing nodded in response. Suddenly, she felt someone coming from the side. She hurriedly pressed the little angel back into her body, and then put on a lazy and tired posture. Seeing this, Jing Yuanji leaned against the side of the ship and sat on the ground. She looked listless, as if she had overdrawn her strength. Aha, my friend. Oh, I understand. You're exhausted. I'm really grateful to you this time. When I first came here and heard the numbers, I was already prepared for the worst. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. The middle-aged handsome ruffian came to the deck and was stunned when he saw the two people leaning against each other. Then he understood and walked over to Yun Nuashing and squatted down in front of them. Do you need to prepare a room for you to rest? We have a healer. Yan. Yun Nuashing played the lazy role of a salted fish that was about to die of exhaustion and laziness. She waved her hand weakly. Rest for a while, Yun. I'll be fine. I'm not injured. Snore. Right. I still remember what you said before. And take us to the place where the energy core is abundant. See, it's on the way. I've always been curious about that place. Where does the energy of the ship come from? Xing, he listened as he panted 3 times in a sentence and said a paragraph in a minute. His face wrinkled up in confusion, and he was so confused that he let out a long yawn. Oh, that's not a difficult thing. We're just going there to pick up a batch of goods. You see, we've used up most of our forces this time. We're just going there to prepare for the future. Xing, he nodded. If you don't want to go in, just sit here and wait for a while. It won't take long to get there. I'll call you when it's time. Watching the old ruffian walk back to where he came from, Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji turned their heads and smiled at each other at the same time. It was just right to give a pillow when one was sleepy. But speaking of sleepy, this time they were really sleepy. Chapter 1377. If there was a faction in this world that had the best understanding of the rules of this world and the chaotic period, it would definitely be the faction called Path of the Heavens, which was located in an unknown location but could be accurately located. Perhaps it was because of its name or some other reason. But this was a mysterious faction that had little interest in fighting, expanding their territory, or strengthening their strength. Instead, they spent most of their energy on studying the many things in this world. However, it was also because of this that their rarely seen actions were all related to this aspect. Sometimes they would even show a fanatical side and resort to some combat tactics, for example, the shiny red planet that they were eyeing. Xing, he said that the Path of the Heavens bastards had been eyeing that thing for a long time. In the past, when they fought, it was normal for them to surround that planet and attack it for dozens of days. Yun Nuoxing could only sigh. These days, even planets could become targets for fighting. Speaking of which, that planet that stood at the border was really unlucky. It was attacked and defended every 2 to 3 days. The only reason it was still able to survive this level of conflict was that everyone was very careful not to aim at that place. Secondly, the distorted energy acted as a natural barrier that ordinary energy could not destroy. Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 people rested on planet Pyrolite for 2 days. They did not have anything to prepare and were about to leave the planet. However, before they left, they still wanted to say goodbye to Xinghe. When the handsome, middle-aged ruffian heard that the 2 of them were about to leave, he was surprised for a moment. However, he seemed to have expected this, so he did not stare blankly for too long and just nodded. Well, you are not from planet Pyrolite after all. Of course, we don't care where you go. You have helped planet Pyrolite twice, so you don't have to say anything else. Just call us if you have any trouble. By the way, do you have any plans for where you are going? Xing, he sat up straight on a steel armchair with a faint smile on his face. Yun Nuoxing muttered to herself for a moment. There were 2 choices in her mind, and she kept swaying left and right. The needle of her choice swayed a few times before it finally stopped. I guess I should go to the Path of the Heavens to take a look. Right now, I still have to figure out what is going on during the chaos period. If I just sit here, I won't be able to find out anything. Yes, that's a wise judgment. Compared to the current leisurely period of peace, the upcoming period of chaos will throw the entire world into chaos. If we don't understand some things clearly, we won't even know who we're fighting and who we're fighting. That will be fun. Although there was a hint of teasing in his words, there was indeed such a possibility. The entire world was in chaos. Yun Nuo and the others were newcomers. Since they had made up their minds to find something in this world, then it was necessary for them to understand the many problems in this world. I wish Yun Jun and the others a safe journey. Oh, by the way, if in the future, in case that, seeing Xinghe's awkward expression, Yun Nuoxing seemed to understand what he meant. She could not help but smile. All right, if planet Pyrolite really needs my help, I'll come to help. As for killing people in seconds, I can't do it. It's too difficult. Thank you very much, Yun Jun. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and was about to say goodbye when he suddenly remembered something terrible. He wondered if it would be a good idea for him to go out rashly. Currently, there had been 2 battles with the Blood Nebula. Because of his presence, they had won both battles easily and defeated the Blood Nebula's attack with minimal sacrifice. Then the battle was over. There had been no news about the Blood Nebula in the past 2 days. According to Xing He, they were a group of people who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. They had lost so much strength and gained nothing in the end. They would never forget this grudge. But for some reason, he had not seen them in the past few days. Well, putting that aside, they would not suddenly make a detour and cause trouble when he was away, would they? When she told this to Xing He, the latter frowned. It was not entirely impossible. The Blood Nebula were the kind of people who would change their location after every battle. When they left, they would openly take away the suns in those stellar systems, causing a large area of darkness to appear in the sky. They were some kind of fanatics. Even if they lost a battle, there would be a second one and maybe a third one. Well, you will be able to contact me when the time comes. Just use the communication golden stone. I will try my best to pay attention to whether there is any sound coming from the side of my ear. If there is an urgent matter, we will quickly come over to help. Ahem, all right, that's it. We will leave first. Yun Nuashing coughed and opened the portal. Just as she was about to go in, she suddenly heard Xing He's words. Thank you very much, Yin Jun. I hope there will be no need for you. Otherwise, it will be too miserable. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and dragged Jing Yuanji into the teleportation gate. Xing, he scratched his head and sighed softly as he watched the teleportation gate disappear. Even though they had verbally agreed to it, the fact that 2 extremely powerful experts weren't on planet Pyrolite. Instead, they were roaming around outside made him feel a little uneasy. However, he wasn't in a position to restrict or restrain others. After a blurry teleportation without accurate coordinates, the surrounding scenery became chaotic and overlapped. This lasted for about 10 seconds before it gradually recovered. The starry sky outside appeared in front of them. The blurry starlight stretched into a long oval light belt in the distance. Blazing light sprinkled all over the starry sky. This was what they saw as soon as they came out of the blurry teleportation. Then, just as Yun Nuashing was about to take out the blue pyramid to confirm the location, dazzling sparks suddenly bloomed in the sky. Both Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji were startled. Jing Yuanji suddenly turned sideways and blocked in front of Yun Nuashing. She waved her hand in front of Yun Nuashing and slapped a huge ball of energy light away. Boom! Violent bursts of energy pulled out a white sphere of light that was as brilliant as auroras. Streaks of energy caused the starry skies to sway chaotically. 2 groups of people dressed in distinctly different attire were fighting in that region. It was a battlefield. Well, that was nonsense. Just look at the commotion in front of them. Furthermore, it was quite intense and was not much weaker than the battle 2 days ago. Just by sensing a little, one could sense that there were no less than 8 digits of living beings gathered here to fight. Streaks of energy flew wantonly over the battlefield as if they were free, with champions from all walks of life using all sorts of methods to perish together with their enemies. By the way, is this really the situation during the calm period? Daily life? Yun Nuashing looked at the fierce battle in front of him and doubted Xing He's words. If this could happen during the calm period, then what kind of earth-shattering scene would it be during the chaotic period? Wouldn't it cause the void to collapse? Lord Feng, this isn't the time to think about daily life, right? Jing Yuanji's cheeks twitched. Even she felt that this world was really too messy. If they randomly jumped to a place, they would bump into a battlefield. Let's get out of here, quickly. If both sides treat us as enemies and focus fire on us, we'll have to use more energy to deal with them. Yun Nuashing nodded. When he carefully retreated with Jing Yuanji, he looked at the 2 sides fighting here with great interest. One side was a powerful fleet with 7 or 8 different types of ships painted in gold. The other side was a blue fleet that looked completely uniform and had many times more ships than the former. However, it was obvious that they were not as powerful as the other side. Usually, each ship of the Golden Fleet would only suffer 1 loss after killing more than 10 blue ships. When Jing Yuanji saw Lord Feng sizing them up, she couldn't help but sigh. She stretched out her lily-white hand, grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm, and hurriedly rushed into the distance, quickly flying towards the edge of the battlefield. She thought that it would be very difficult to notice two inconspicuous people in such a chaotic battlefield, but it seemed that this battlefield was too chaotic. It was so chaotic that as long as they saw something moving and couldn't recognize the energy they recognized, they would subconsciously throw out a torrent of energy. Jing Yuanji's pretty face trembled. This time, both sides really focused fire on them at the same time. She glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was still staring at the fleets, and shook her head helplessly. She raised her hand in front of her, and a light blue halo erupted from her body at a speed far faster than light. In an instant, countless energy shockwaves were bounced away, bouncing off in all directions. 70% of the energy shockwaves hit the group of people who released the energy shockwaves. Suddenly, a dazzling halo of energy exploded in the starry sky. Many people widened their eyes and were hit in the face by their own energy, flying back with dumbfounded expressions. Encircle and annihilate them. That's a big fish. Let the fleets gather energy. A cry of surprise was followed by a cold order. Many experts who were fighting fiercely on the battlefield suddenly turned their gazes, all looking at Jing Yuanji and Yun Nuashing, who were in the midst of the energy explosion. Attacks fell like rain from the starry sky, falling towards the two of them. At the same time, the blue fleet suddenly shone with a dazzling light. The other golden fleet immediately opened a huge energy barrier after seeing the enemy's movements. However, to their surprise, the enemy's focused energy all rushed to the other side of the battlefield. Seeing this, both sides were startled. Wow, we're just here to mess around. Why are you doing this? Jing Yuanji could feel the violent energy that was constantly gathering behind her. She couldn't help but exclaim. Her right hand made a few hand seals, and a divine rune emerged from her palm. She threw it behind her without even looking at it. After the divine pattern left his hand, it expanded explosively against the starry sky. In a short 2 seconds, it had become 10,000 kilometers in size, turning into a massive spatial mirror. At the same time, the energy convergence that had gathered countless amounts of energy also arrived unexpectedly. Bang! Along with a violent vibration of the laws, a large piece of space was shattered, revealing an empty void. The mirror formed by the divine runes suffered the most violent impact and trembled fiercely. Then, countless rays of energy suddenly scattered in all directions like rays of light, scattering across the starry sky. Everyone was even more shocked. If they were the ones who came into contact with that energy, they would either die or be seriously injured. But it could still be reflected, and it was like a fairy scattering flowers. Thousands and tens of thousands of them fell like a meteor shower. Many of the blue fleet that attacked were destroyed by the energy reflected by their own people. Spatial mirror, Jing Yuanji shouted. She held a divine rune in her hand and slapped it into the void. Suddenly, the space within a radius of 2 or 3 light years was wrapped in a light blue space. Everyone found that there was a black lake below. No, it was a huge mirror that reflected their appearance, as well as the appearance of the fleets on both sides. And in the mirror, they suddenly grinned strangely like demons. They even stretched out their hands toward themselves, as if they were trying to break free from the mirror. That strange scene gave everyone a fright, and they subconsciously distanced themselves from the black mirror. However, the demon in the lake also grew bigger and bigger like a shadow, as if it wanted to break free from the mirror and appear in the real world. Feeling the aura that was several times stronger than their own, everyone's face turned pale. They subconsciously gathered all their attack energy and were about to burst out at the same time. Buzz! With a soft, buzzing sound, the light blue space disappeared in an instant. Everyone was stunned and looked suspiciously in all directions. They were stunned on the spot. By the time they remembered what they were about to do, the two people had already disappeared. Their faces immediately flushed red. They had been fooled just now. However, that strange mirror world had already erupted with such a terrifying aura before it was really displayed. If it was really activated, how many people would be left here? Boom! Contemplation, horror, and other emotions were cut off with the sound of an energy explosion. Everyone turned their heads abruptly and saw a huge, white ball of light blooming in their line of sight. The huge energy shook the starry sky, and wherever the ball of light spread, the blue fleet was swept in. The light ball that turned into a stuffy nose burst out even more energy, intensifying the degree of the explosion. Dazzling white light exploded in the starry sky, filling the entire starry sky. Those who were outside the center of the battlefield only had time to protect themselves with energy when they realized that something was wrong. Then they were slapped into the distance by the huge energy, turning into meteors and disappearing across the starry sky. Retreat, retreat, retreat. This area has fallen. Give up. Everyone retreat. Those lunatics from the path of the heavens. Lunatics. Lunatics. Ah, since you want this damn place so much, I'll give it to you. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for it. And those two bastards, the hunting cloud star cluster will remember you. I'll kill you on sight. After the people of the Blue Fleet were stunned and were hit by the new energy star, more than 1/3 of them were dead. Furthermore, half of them were stunned. In such a situation, it would not be good for them to continue fighting. They could only pull the fleet and flee quickly, beating the gong to retreat. In fact, the people from the path of the heavens were also stunned. What happened just now was too strange. The fools of the hunting cloud star cluster suddenly turned their attention elsewhere, revealing such a huge flaw. They would feel sorry for themselves if they did not take the opportunity to give them a good beating. Leader, the energy of the two people who just entered seems to be a little too strong. In the center of the Golden Fleet, on the huge diamond-shaped ship, a person spoke softly to the slender figure standing in front of the ship. It seems that the next chaotic period is coming soon. Is that why people of this level have been born? Standing at the front of the diamond-shaped ship was a tall girl with long platinum hair that reached her ankles. She was wearing a simple and loose robe. Her left eye was a metallic gold color, but her right eye was devoid of all the white color. Her pair of strange eyes reflected the starry sky, and her beautiful face had a seductive feeling. She pursed her lips tightly and looked at a certain part of the starry sky with slight interest. Her eyes followed the figures that were rapidly passing through the starry sky, and finally she paused slightly. They have landed in the half-moon star. Ah, it's our family's territory. I was worried that they would continue to pass through the starry sky and not be able to find where they are, or run into some troublesome place. Yes, the rest of you stay and clean up the battlefield. I'll go and take a look. Yes. Ah. The person who was not the commander or the adjutant was stunned. Looking at the empty diamond-shaped ship in front of him, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and waved at the people who were also stunned. Disperse, disperse. The leader went out to play. Oh, the leader found something fun. Oh, go and clean up the battlefield. The people who were still in a daze just now immediately reacted. They all acted as if it was only natural, and calmly went to the surrounding ships to command the ships to clean up the battlefield where a fierce battle had just occurred. They hoped that the energy explosion left some residue for them to collect. Otherwise, this battle would be a bit of a loss. On the half-moon star, Jing Yuanji pulled Yun Nuashing through a short-distance teleportation directly to the surface of the half-moon star and landed on a deserted island in the ocean. As soon as she stopped, she could not help but complain. Seriously, what's wrong with this world? Just randomly jumping to a place and we can encounter a battle of this level. Even those who have just entered the origin realm feel that this world is very dangerous. This is only the calm period. If it enters the chaotic period, it might be a bit more dangerous. Yun Nuashing said from the side. Looking at the endless ocean in front of him, he could not help but take a deep breath. It's completely different from the smell of the sea in the realm of the gods. Jing Yuanji looked at him and also took a deep breath. Then she frowned slightly. I don't feel any difference. Yun Nuashing grinned but did not explain. He stretched out his hand and pulled her to sit on the beach of this deserted island. Then he stretched his body and said, Well, sit down first. This weather is really suitable for sleeping. The lazy sunlight, the clean sea breeze, and the faint sound of the waves were all mixed together to induce sleep. The only reason he didn't fall asleep immediately was that he was still floating around in other worlds. He could find a place to rest, but if he really relaxed, he might fail miserably in this world. Jing Yuanji looked at her Lord Feng's lazy appearance and could not help but put her hand to her forehead. Lord Feng, didn't you say that we are here to investigate the chaotic period? It really became like a vacation. Yeah, I'm looking into it. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and nodded. Transparent energy flashed in his eyes, and some information was transmitted back to his mind. Just use the power of your soul to search for the rules of this place. Since the sea of rules is sealed, we can only use the little clues to find out. When looking for things that involve the whole world, there is nothing wrong with exploring the rules first. Well, we can't find anything. The sea of rules is sealed very tightly like a small box. We can't open the box without a key, but we can shatter the box and the things inside. But then we don't know what is inside the box. Jing Yuanji held her face with her hand and looked helpless. Yun Nuashing nodded. Suddenly, he was stunned and quickly spread out the power of his soul. The power of the rules of this place is exactly the same as on planet Pyrolite. Jing Yuanji could not help but straighten up. After thinking for a moment, she slowly leaned back with her jade-like hands. Well, since I know that this world is man-made, I don't feel more curious about what it has become. Is it the same for other places? Are they exactly the same? Yun Nuashing nodded solemnly. The sea of rules. If the conceptual layer of rules was compared to an ocean, and the power of the rules was the regular but unending waves, wave after wave from the territory far away from the ocean all the way to the shore. This also caused the power of the rules of one moment and the power of the rules of the next moment to be not exactly the same. They were released in the form of stable ripples. This was the easiest way to explain it. And what he saw and sensed in this area, the sea of rules of this world, was a dead sea. The power of the rules released was the same all over the world. There was no difference, and there was no difference in strength. It may be difficult to distinguish clearly just by looking at an independent area, but the rules of two areas separated by countless distances were exactly the same. This was enough to determine the situation above. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment and stood up. It is still too early to make a judgment. Maybe it is just a coincidence. Let's go to other places. If it is the same, then we can prove it. But actually, there is no use in proving it. Forget it, let's not go. Jing Yuanji, Yun Nuashing grinned and was about to change the topic when he suddenly turned around. Who is it? Compared to Yun Nuashing, who was a little lazy under the warm sunlight, Jing Yuanji was much more direct. She directly jumped up and gathered a huge amount of spatial power, causing the surrounding space to quickly distort. Chapter 1378. You're here? Who is it? Why are you looking for us? Yun Nuashing slowly stood up and patted the sand off his body. He stopped Jing Yuanji's hands that were gathering energy and waved them away. They had deliberately landed on this remote island. They hadn't sensed anyone's life aura just now. Now that someone had suddenly appeared, it was likely that she had just arrived. Rustling sounds of leaves being pushed came from the forest. A moment later, a person walked out of the dimly lit forest. At first glance, his face couldn't help but twitch. That long platinum hair was second only to his in terms of length and brightness. TSK, he was wrong. Speaking of which, his hair wasn't long during the Dark Age. but its brightness was comparable to his when he was in the observer state. That color, that brightness. Cough. He wanted to say that he hadn't expected the person to be a young girl. However, she was a peak heavenly god. That age gap, that's something. Let's just treat her as a young girl for the time being. She was wearing a loose robe inlaid with white and gold colors that looked luxurious yet simple. Her eyebrows were slightly curved like crescent moons, and she had a playful smile on her face. She just looked at the two of them and walked to a spot one jong away from them. Then she suddenly spoke. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Why did you suddenly barge into someone else's island 10 minutes ago? She had a mischievous smile in her eyes as she stared at the two of them nonstop. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji both stared blankly. So this place was someone else's territory. Speaking of which, why did they have to go to someone else's territory everywhere recently? Planet Pyrolite was considered illegal entry, so was this considered trespassing? Yun Nuashing laughed dryly, his fingers twisting in his sleeves. While he was thinking about how to quibble, the young girl in front of him kept staring at them with a mischievous look. She even had a mischievous smile on her face, causing him to sweat profusely. It was fine if a young girl stared at him like that. If she had a beautiful smile, it would be even more pleasing to the eye. However, if she had this kind of smile that seemed to be scheming something, coupled with the current situation, he couldn't reward her. After a while, Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and said calmly, Cough, cough. How can you prove that this island is yours? You still need to prove it? This planet belongs to our family. If you don't believe me, I'll call the manager of the half-moon planet over and tell you in person. The young girl said in a matter-of-fact tone. She smiled like a cat, and her squinted eyes almost couldn't see her eyeballs. As she spoke, she took out a golden diamond-shaped crystal. Below the crystal floated a pedestal-like golden array. She said to the crystal, Uncle Han, Stop, stop, stop. Okay, I believe you. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he waved his hand. He had been paying attention to the young girl's expression. As long as there was a slight flaw in her expression, he would be able to identify it. However, she really had a matter-of-fact expression on her face. He was afraid that this place really had something to do with her. He immediately cupped his hands and said, All right, I'm sorry for intruding into your territory. It's been a long time since I've seen such an unruly illegal immigrant. The young girl giggled as she jumped back and spun in a circle on the spot. Her platinum hair danced as she put away the crystal and pointed to the sky. I saw you come down from the stars. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji were speechless, trespassing in front of other people's eyes. Speaking of which, the two of them, one was the observer of the realm of the gods, and the other was the observer's assistant or adjutant. They had roamed the void for countless years, and yet they ended up with the title of illegal immigrant in this land. Really, he didn't know what to say. If word got back, wouldn't I Ching and the others laugh themselves to death? However, they were used to flying all over the void and stars. This was the first time they had seen someone who cared so much about their territory and their own backyard. Of course, this was probably because they had been discovered. In the past, they had never been caught running all over the world. All right, there's nothing we can do if we're caught. Looking at that smile of yours, you don't look like you can do anything good. Tell me, what do you want? Compensation? Or something else? Yun Nuashing crossed her arms, completely unmoved by that beautiful smile. By the way, I can reluctantly accept a request that isn't too much. After all, we just sneaked in to bask in the sun and did nothing. If you want to take us back or have any excessive requests, then goodbye. The smile on the girl's face froze. She took 2 steps back and looked at the two of them with a strange expression. This was the first time she had seen such a person who was caught red-handed and still acted so righteously. Was he telling her that she could make demands because she was in the wrong, but she couldn't do as she wished because it was just a game? After all, they just sneaked in and did nothing. Indeed, they couldn't make excessive demands. She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji. Suddenly, she smiled and walked a few steps closer to them. She sat down 2 meters away from them and patted the beach with her jade-like hand. Then, let's sit down and chat. I've been cooped up here recently and can't do anything. It's so boring. Huh? Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Jing Yuanji had a strange look on her face. The two looked at each other and slowly sat down. Seeing the two sit down, the smile on the young girl's face became brighter. The clothes of the two big sisters are so beautiful. I want one too. Jing Yuanji coughed violently twice, and her pretty face was flushed red. Yun Nuashing looked at her calmly, and his face trembled. He tugged at the set of wedding clothes that he hadn't changed out of, and sighed, "This is made by myself. If you want to know where we came from, go out and turn left. There's a straight road to the barren area, and that's where we are." The young girl stuck out her tongue. She was not embarrassed that her secret was seen through. She leaned back and put her hands on the beach. "Hey, are you living in seclusion at the edge of the stars?" The pair of bright eyes looked around and suddenly said, "Has there been a change at the edge of the stars?" In the past, when the time is about to change, the stars will change first. It is said that there will be a change at the edge of the stars too, but no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Hee. Big sisters, did you escape after sensing the abnormality? Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and stared at the young girl with different eyes. He felt that there were a lot of hidden information and probing in her words. He felt tired just listening to her, let alone answering her. He spread out his hands and said, "Please don't be so weird. My name is Yun Nuashing. She is my companion, Jing Yuanji. We don't belong to any side. We came from the edge of the stars. We have been staying there to avoid trouble during the period of chaos, but we have left there for some time. We have been drifting in the stars for some time and just came from a place called the Blood Nebula. Is that okay?" "Big sister, you are so straightforward." The girl with different eyes rested her chin on her hand and looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile. "If you don't know how to hide yourself, you will be killed in this dangerous world. That is that. If you have something to ask or say, just say it. Be straightforward. Now is the time for the brain to catch its breath. If I have to unpack it 5 or 6 times every time I speak, I will go crazy." Yun Nuashing shook his hand angrily. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but sigh softly as she listened from the side. Feng Darren himself was also a person who thought a lot. Speaking of titles, she didn't expect that Feng Darren had even prepared a nickname for her. "Well then, I'm done with the account check. It's useless for you to look at me. This is the real information. I'm not like you guys. If you really have nothing else to say, why don't you tell us country folk about the situation here, about this messy starry sky, this strange chaotic period? What's going on?" Yun Nuashing pretended to be impatient as he waved his hand and said, "This was the territory of the path of the heavens." Even though he did not know who the strange girl was, but since she was a heavenly god peak stage cultivator, she should know something. Period of chaos. The girl looked up at the sky, her expression becoming a little deep. However, it only lasted for a moment before she suddenly grinned and said jokingly, "Why should I tell you?" "Because I don't think what you want to talk about is anything good. I think I am too lazy to answer, so I found a topic for you." Yun Nuashing sighed in annoyance. "If you don't want to talk about it, then change the topic. However, I may not answer." Jing Yuanji turned her head and tried to hold back her laughter. She could not help but mutter in her heart, "Lord Feng is starting to act shamelessly." The girl with strange pupils pouted. "Big sister, I am the one who asked you to talk, right? You didn't say what you wanted to talk about, so I just found a random topic. Moreover, it did not involve your personal situation." Yun Nuashing grimaced. "Moreover, your first 2 sentences were testing me. That made me very unhappy. I am sometimes unreasonable, especially when I am unhappy or very unhappy. Once I am unhappy, I will act recklessly." The girl's heart trembled. The two people beside her might be life forms of a higher level. Putting aside whether or not they could deal with those fleets, they were more than enough to deal with her. She would be able to escape in 2 seconds, but before that she would be suppressed. Realizing that she shouldn't act too presumptuously in front of a person with power, the girl sighed and shrugged helplessly. "All right, you're welcome, big sister. If you don't want to talk about it, then let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the chaos period." Jing Yuanji was about to go crazy from holding back her laughter. Her jade-like hand was pinching her thigh. She had finally seen what it meant to be unreasonable. Well, since it was Lord Feng whom she admired, it was better not to talk about these things. Hearing that she was going to talk about the period of chaos, she quickly pricked up her ears. The period of chaos, huh? It has always been regarded as 2 periods where the stars operate according to certain rules. It is like 2 periods where the peak of prosperity is followed by a decline. The current period of calm is equivalent to the arrival of a golden age. Every race under the stars is recuperating. However, even during the period of calm, there are still things that do not settle down. That is the common point of all intelligent life. As for the chaotic period, it's not like what most people think, where changes will occur at a certain time. Instead, it's more like a change that occurs when certain conditions are present in this starry sky. Big sister, you can go out and ask around, things like possessed energy and the like. The many descriptions of the chaotic period are too blank compared to what happens in this starry sky. Many of them are unknown states, the reason for their occurrence, the meaning of their existence, and so on. That's right. Although what I said just now had some elements of probing, I did not lie. In the early stages of the period of chaos, there will be some changes at the edge of the stars. It is just that we have not gone to check it out. Perhaps some people know what is going on there, but they are holding back. I'm not talking about you. Most of the beings that have ascended to leader class can feel that they are in a cage. Something is restricting us. It is probably the rules. The rules of the world are restricting us. Many were killed by the rules of the world because they recklessly touched something they should not touch. The restriction here is not the restriction of power. After all, there are people of your level. That kind of restriction, I don't really know how to describe it. It is probably the feeling of knowing that you are in a cage, knowing that you are trapped but unable to break free. Those who were killed were mostly challenging the rules of the world, or trying to use some forbidden means to break free of the cage. Their spirit is commendable, but most of them were just sending themselves to their deaths. When they die, it may even affect the planet they were born in. After all, that is the punishment of the rules, and it can be traced back to cause and effect. This narration was mixed with some sensational things, but the girl with different pupils continued to speak in a calm tone. She even shook her head from side to side from time to time. Let's go back to the period of chaos. However, there was really not much to talk about during that period. You beat me, I beat you. The next day, you beat me. Today, we work together to beat someone else. The next day, we are back to the situation where you beat me and I beat you. In short, there was war all over the stars until the period of chaos ended. What kind of unlucky thing is that? Indiscriminate war? Casually declaring war? Yun Nuashing glared at him. No matter how hard he thought, he could not figure out the relationship between the two. He had been in a state of confusion ever since he left planet Pyrolite. Now his mind was even more confused. Could it be that the period of chaos, the period when the rules of the world are pushing forward, is to eliminate unnecessary lives? Just like what you said just now, there is a decline after a rise. After resting enough, it is time to continue fighting? It's hard to say. Perhaps Big Sister accidentally revealed the truth of the world. The girl with different pupils frowned and smiled helplessly. The chaos period is too hard to predict. We can't find the real reason for its appearance, and we can't find the key to its end. Generations of people have treated it as a period when the world appeared automatically under some kind of push. Its rules are two parts, and it appears in cycles. One moment you are resting, the next you are fighting. It doesn't make any sense at all, and there is no pattern at all. Even the duration of the two cycles is not regular. According to the records, the longest chaos period lasted for 169 years, and the shortest was 12 years. The longest and shortest calm period were 203 years and 27 years, respectively. The only conclusion that can be drawn is that the calm period will definitely last longer than the chaos period. Every time there is a calm period, and the next time there is a chaos period, the chaos period in this cycle will be shorter than the next one. The period of chaos will be shorter than the period of chaos. As for the period of chaos, as I said just now, it is an indiscriminate war across the entire universe. However, it is not necessarily the end of the world. During this period, many forces will be destroyed and many new forces will emerge. Some big shots may not be able to last until the period of calm arrives, while some small ants may be able to last until the end. To put it bluntly, the period of chaos seems to be causing the world to become chaotic, and we are only living in it, passively causing the world to become chaotic. So what will happen during the period of chaos? What is the reason for you to have no choice but to fight across the entire universe? Can't you just stop fighting? Yun Nuashing frowned. In the end, he still did not get to the point he wanted to hear. Hee. Big Sister really hasn't experienced the period of chaos even once. The girl with the different pupils tilted her head and looked at him with a smile. It's nothing much. It's just that the atmosphere of the universe will become strange and bad. Just like what Big Sister said, when you are in a bad mood, you will occasionally become unreasonable. The atmosphere that Big Sister felt when she was walking in the universe will become 100 times worse. And that is the period of chaos. That kind of atmosphere will make people very bad. Their minds will become muddled, their minds will become muddled, and their minds will become muddled. Irritation and other negative emotions will fill the heart, causing countless lives in this world to do many irrational and illogical things. Also, as Big Sister said, it is unrealistic for everyone to hold back and not fight. The longer they hold back, the more their minds will become muddled, and they will become even more irrational. Just one moment, any life that starts an irrational riot will cause the entire universe to erupt in an instant. That's why I said this is the period when the laws of this world are pushing. It is unreasonable, illogical, and unpredictable. Fortunately, once a fight really breaks out, the terrible atmosphere of the universe will be washed away by the energy of the riot. In the beginning, when this conclusion was first drawn, someone tried to use powerful energy as a barrier to isolate the atmosphere. It is the adaptive field that is used all over the universe now. That is actually a failed product of that research. It is useless during the period of chaos, but it can allow countless lives to resist the atmosphere of the universe during the period of chaos. Fighting can allow some areas to settle down, especially places where battles have broken out. It's funny, isn't it? It's like someone is pushing us to fight nonstop. Only by fighting can the people behind us settle down. It's such a shitty thing. As she spoke, her expression suddenly became a little dull. Her eyes looked deep into the sea ahead. When everything starts to turn bad, everyone knows that it is the signal to fight. With whom? It doesn't matter. Fight for what? This is the rule of this unlucky world. We must fight to the death. Let me tell you a very interesting anecdote, Big Sister. I heard that art song. The leader of this territory was friends with the monarch of the neighboring territory more than 100,000 years ago. They formed a very powerful alliance, until one day a period of chaos suddenly descended. It was so intense that it was as if everyone had been brainwashed. Unprecedented chaos filled the starry sky. When that period of chaos calmed down a little, everyone picked up the bit of rationality that they had painstakingly regained. At that time, People discovered that the leader of this territory had led his own warriors and the warriors of his friends to kill the monarch of the neighboring territory and some of his own warriors. Yun Nuashing was silent. This is not funny at all. The girl with different pupils laughed and laughed. She was so excited that she squeezed out some tears. She giggled and casually wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She continued to laugh. But this is the most ridiculous thing in this world. However, the period of chaos of that level has not happened for a long, long time. There have been nearly 20 cycles. The strongest period of chaos only reduced our rationality by half. We still have a good understanding of who I am, where I belong, and what I am doing. The three of them were silent. The girl with different pupils swayed her body and hummed a song. Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing were collecting the information that they had just heard. Their gazes were a little complicated, and they could not help but look at each other. This was really a crazy world. It was so crazy that they could not even analyze what those twisted races had done. At the end of the day, they could not even figure out the extent of their relationship with this world. They could not tell if they were the masterminds behind this world or if this was a broken world and they had just accidentally leaked a part of their energy into this world. All right, it seems that this topic is a little too ridiculous. How about we talk about something lighter? Yun Nuashing sighed and waved her hand. Okay. The girl with different pupils covered her mouth and smiled. She slowly withdrew her gaze. Let me think. Big sister, why don't we go out and play? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Where to? To the land? Or to the sea of stars? To the center of this territory. I haven't been there for a long time. I was just thinking of going there. The girl with different pupils blinked and smiled innocently. There are more beautiful scenery there. Chapter 1379. From a certain point of view, the distribution of life planets in the universe was actually very similar to the cities on those planets. It was just that the location and scale of the cities were not the same. Therefore, it was not strange that there would be a primary life planet in every territory that was similar to the holy city. There were also a few holy cities in the realm of the gods. When he heard that they were going to the first planet of the path of the heavens, he was stunned at first, but he quickly calmed down. Since he had seen the scale of the first planet of the heavens on planet Pyrolite, he subconsciously thought that the first planet of the path of the heavens would be similar. This was a chaotic and strange world, right? Even if it was not, it would not be good to bury a city underground. The girl with strange pupils led Yun Nuashing and Yun Yuanji to the other side of the island. With a wave of her hand, a hidden space suddenly appeared. It was not until now that the space was opened that Yun Nuashing admitted that he was really unlucky to have broken into someone else's territory. The hidden space was a very ordinary space. The vast expanse of white showed that it was a basic space that was maintained in a stable state without any special treatment. There was only a stone platform in the space, for meters square. In the middle of the stone platform was an oval silver array. There was an arrowhead-like object in the middle of the array that seemed to be a guide. He felt that the array was filled with the power of space. When he thought of the girl's sudden appearance, he thought that the array should be used for teleportation. The reality was not out of his expectations. The girl with strange pupils led them to stand in the array. She squatted down and fiddled with it for a while. Suddenly, she stood up and smiled. She stretched out her hands and clapped. With a feeling of the stars moving, the space in front of them changed rapidly. When it stabilized, Yun Nuashing already felt that he was in a strange place that he had never been to before. He was surrounded by a blue background, and the bright sunlight poured down from above. The excessive warmth made the light too dazzling. It is very far from where we were just now, but it is still in the same galaxy. We have directly teleported into a planet. There is a large amount of life energy below it. It is very active. Jing Yuanji spoke to Yun Nuashing in her soul. As an adjutant who spent most of her time in the background, she performed her duties perfectly. As soon as she arrived, She immediately probed the space and reported the information to the observer. Yun Nuashing nodded and lowered his head to look at the situation below. They were floating in the air more than 1,000 meters above the ground. Below them was a city with an exaggerated scale, and its appearance seemed to have some meaning. It was a huge city divided into levels. The bottom level was very huge, like the top of a huge mountain range. It was a complete circle with walls that were not particularly high. If one wanted to enter the city, there was only a winding road that led to the foot of the mountain that was at least 100 meters below. If one went up, one could see that the upper level was about a quarter of a fan-shaped floating land. It should be the same size as the circle below, but this level was only a quarter of it. It floated about 50 to 60 meters above the ground. It was made of some kind of metal mixed with the soil of the earth. On the cross-section of the edge, one could see that some places were originally land. Suddenly, there was an extra piece of metal or a change in color, as if there was metal growing in the ground. On the next level, there were 2 circles around the bottom of the round cake. Like the metal-mixed land just now, it was covered with a large number of buildings. As for the top level, it was a floating island that was less than half the diameter of the circular city at the bottom. There were no extra pieces at the bottom. Those had all turned into parts and floated in the space beside them. Looking at the layout of this strange city, only the Saint Spirit realm looked a little similar to it. They were all divided into levels like this. The only difference was that the one in front of them was a city, while the Saint Spirit realm was a huge world. The communication between the 4 continents was through teleportation. Could it be that the communication between the upper and lower levels of the city in front of them was done by flying? The distance did not seem to be very far, so it was not impossible to fly. However, if that was the case, it would be more troublesome for those who lived in the middle to go to the upper levels. Fortunately, the 2nd and 3rd levels were 2 wide belts, and the other was a fan-shaped, not a round cake. One did not have to fly to the edge to go to the upper levels, and they did not stay in one place all the time. They were slowly rotating around the center. Those who lived on the upper levels should find it very refreshing. They could see the scenery from different angles when they woke up every morning. As for Yun Nuashing, he could not help but feel a little conflicted when he saw the city. Logically speaking, this world was very strange and chaotic, right? Look at planet Pyrolite. Most of the people on planet Pyrolite were living in a state of refuge, and the surface of planet Pyrolite was filled with standard combat personnel housing. Why was it that in the realm of the heavens, they were even doing art? This was definitely the embodiment of art, right? In short, in this terrifying world where everyone was on edge, a flashy city that took a lot of effort to design suddenly appeared. It did not seem right no matter how he looked at it. After all, when he first saw planet Pyrolite, he was a little prejudiced. Subconsciously, he felt that even if the other places were not so ridiculous, they would not appear to be too relaxed. For example, there would be 3 sentries for every step of the way, or weapons piled up all over the planet, or a city that was piled up with formations and could enter a state of extreme defense at any time. However, when he arrived here, he saw a city that was overly peaceful. He even saw a side that was thriving. This was a little strange. Yes. The last time I was here, this place was still in a mess. It seems that after so long, this place has recovered. Without the strange size of Yunua planet, the girl with different pupils could not help but smile when she saw the familiar city. She still remembered that at the end of the last chaotic period, half of this joyous city had collapsed. After that, during the calm period, because the priority of its reconstruction was not very high, the restoration had been a little slow. The last time she came, she could still see the scene of half of the city being cleaned up and started to be rebuilt. I feel that this place is too peaceful. Yun Nuashing looked at the 4-tiered city below and could not help but say, I have never been here before. I never thought that there would be such a peaceful place in this world. It is like a paradise on earth that is far away from those troublesome matters and will not be disturbed by anything. Isn't it awesome? This was designed by the leader of our territory. Don't be fooled by the fact that it is placed here carelessly. It actually has a lot of powerful defenses. The girl with different pupils grinned, but after a moment she lowered her head and muttered, "But there are still times when it will be destroyed. Although our territory's combat power is one of the best, it also has a lot of enemies. The last few chaotic periods have only slightly affected our rationality, so those who come knocking on our door were actually planning to come knocking on our door. It is just that the chaotic period has magnified their desire for war. Can't we just fight back? Whoever comes knocking on our door, we fight back. With the mentality that if you don't kill us, we will kill you. Just push them into the sun and bombard them indiscriminately for 1,000 years. After all, this world can't get any worse." Yun Nuashing shrugged and said casually. The girl with different pupils said, Big Sister is really straightforward. She also wanted to have such simple and violent power, but it was a pity that it was just a thought. In this world, other than the elusive blood nebula, there was probably no one who had such power. Oh, but the two in front of her seemed to have it. After casually chatting for a while, the girl with different pupils flung her head full of platinum hair and brought Yun Nuashing and the other two to descend towards the somewhat joyous city. Just as they approached the floating island on the first level and were about to land, the three suddenly raised their heads and looked into the distance. They couldn't help but frown. The ground was trembling, as if there was an ancient behemoth buried inside this small planet. At this moment, it suddenly woke up a little, and its breathing and heartbeat made the planet tremble with a rhythm and frequency, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. In the tiered city below, the belts and fan-shaped islands on the second and third levels stopped rotating, and formations similar to magic circles appeared under the ground. Powerful energy emerged and isolated the city from the outside space. Boom! At this moment, the sound that sounded like muffled thunder entered the ears of Yun Nuashing and the others, and the ground had already been shaking for a full minute. In their line of sight, other than the city, everything else was shaking. The mountains in the distance collapsed, and the forest was buried by the collapsed soil. The river broke into two, and a cloud of dust rose from the horizon, as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping together. The sudden tremors came and ended quickly. After 2 minutes, everything suddenly and instantly ended without any aftereffects. The things that were shaking just now lost their inertia and returned to a state of balance in an instant. Except for those things that were destroyed in the tremors, such as those that were still collapsing, everything else stopped in an instant. The bottom 2 levels of the city also resumed their slow rotation. Isn't this planet made? It can cause earthquakes. Speaking of which, it's fine if it's just an earthquake, but the way it stopped is too strange, isn't it? Yun Nuashing looked at the girl with different pupils beside her, only to see her stiff body. She could not help but be stunned. Hey, are you okay? The girl with different pupils was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She scratched her head. Nothing. I suddenly felt something. No, are you all okay? What can happen to us? It's just an earthquake. This floating island is floating in the sky. How can it shake the sky? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. The girl with different pupils stared at him with her eyes wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. This also caused him to be unable to say something, and he could not help but frown. From the looks of it, something else just happened, but he really did not feel it. Earthquake. Well, to an ordinary person, this planet just shook a little. As you said just now, this planet is made by our leader and others. It is specially made. The kind of wide-area natural disasters that occur on ordinary planets do not exist. Inside this planet is an energy core. The girl with different pupils narrowed her pair of eyes that had a strange beauty as she stared at planet Yun Nua. Just now, that core exploded with energy and made this planet tremble. Although we won't be shaken because we're in the sky, but why didn't you feel anything at all? Energy explosion. Yun Nuashing frowned. A silver-white light flashed in his eyes, and his vision instantly penetrated the ground and looked deep into the ground. He saw the energy core of the planet, and he almost choked with just one glance. He coughed strangely. It was a round red energy crystal, the same energy crystal as the energy core of the ship. Didn't they say that there was no technology to stuff such a large energy crystal into the ship? Was it easier to stuff such a large energy crystal into the stomach of the planet? Could it be that this energy crystal could be dragged out to fight in an emergency? Oh, let's not talk about that first. If it was about these energy crystals, he probably knew why he and Jing Yuanji did not react. Putting aside the fact that they did not notice the energy explosion just now, they did not have the red pattern on their bodies and were not entangled with the distorted energy, so the relatively weak energy explosion could not be detected when they did not pay special attention to their surroundings. But the girl with different pupils had the red pattern on her body, so she reacted the moment the energy explosion at the core of the planet exploded. Does the feeling of wanting to scratch and itch count? Yun Nuashing shrugged. I think I know what kind of reaction you are talking about, but it's not very strong. The feeling from many years ago was not so strong for us. By the way, does this happen often on your planet? Does the energy core need to be repaired? The girl with different pupils nodded. Mei Mao stared at him for a while and believed what he said. She then frowned. I rarely stay on this planet. Most of the time I am drifting outside. But there is someone watching over this planet. I have heard some information. This kind of phenomenon rarely happens, or rather, it basically does not happen. This kind of phenomenon suddenly appeared 2 years ago, and the frequency gradually increased until recently, starting from 61 days ago. Every time there is an energy explosion, a report will be sent back for us to check. In just 61 days, we have received a total of 12 reports, which is more than last year's. I have never experienced it here, this kind of intensity. She paused for a moment and could not help but frown. I have only experienced it on the ship. I have only heard about the energy explosion on the planet. When I heard about it in the past, I thought that they were exaggerating. After all, we also felt the impact of the energy explosion on the ship. It was also during this period of time. The energy core of the ship suddenly trembled, and some kind of energy reaction covered the entire ship. However, it only made everyone react quickly. Their bodies paused for a moment, and nothing else happened. When we went to check it out, the core had already quieted down. Ship? What kind of ship? Yun Nuashing asked. I won't tell you this. Big sister. This is our internal matter. Cough, cough. The girl with different pupils looked at him with one of her eyes closed. She coughed softly and shrugged. Well, forget it. Let's go down and take a walk first. Yun Nuashing responded casually. He lifted his feet and followed the girl with different pupils absent-mindedly. He was quite concerned about the energy explosion that he had just heard about. It happened frequently in the past 2 years. The riot of distorted energy, these 2 years. Did anything special happen in these 2 years? Did it happen in the path of the heavens? He had a guess that he wanted to verify. He quickly pushed Jing Yuanji forward and took a step back. He then stuffed the golden communication stone into his soul. Xinghe, can you hear me? Far away in the territory of planet Pyrolite, a middle-aged, melancholy, handsome ruffian was looking at his own fleet on the satellite of planet Pyrolite. The voice that suddenly rang in his mind startled the old ruffian. He somersaulted a few meters away. Long Yi and the captains of the other fleets were stunned. Xing, he scratched his head awkwardly and greeted the others. He quickly grabbed the golden communication stone. Yunjun, what's wrong? What happened? Let me ask you something. Did you suddenly feel that the energy core of the fleet had an energy explosion? Xing, he was stunned. Yunjun, how did you know? The same thing happened on my side. Did this happen suddenly in the past 2 years? Well, that's right. We were puzzled at the beginning. Because of the sudden event, we were a little flustered, so we had to give up the plan of an expedition and dismantled the ship for inspection. But in the end, we didn't find anything wrong. So this matter was left unsettled. Until more than 100 days ago, the frequency suddenly accelerated. From 60 days ago to today, there were a total of 12 energy outbursts. We were also puzzled about what had happened. Yun Jun, do you know anything about it? Do you know what happened? Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. It's still just a guess. It's hard to say. But when this guess is verified, something might have happened. Don't worry for now. I'll see if I can find anything. After ending the communication with Xing, Yun Nuashing, put away the golden communication stone and looked up. He saw the girl with different pupils holding Jing, Yuanji's arm. They were talking and laughing. They were strolling on the street. Occasionally, they would go into the shops to have a look. She did not buy anything. The girl with different pupils seemed to be quite popular. Many people on the street would cheer and greet her when they saw her. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Only then did he notice that they were walking on a street. It was a street that was very different from what he remembered. There was no bluestone floor, no dizzying, moss-covered, checkered bricks. Even the surrounding buildings were a little different. It was a little like the style of the world in Navira. Noticing that Lord Feng had come up to them, Jing Yuanji blinked and touched his soul. Lord Feng, what's wrong? Well, I noticed something, but it's still to be verified. But when that thing is verified, something worse is going to happen. As for what exactly is going to happen, I don't know. Yun Nuashing mentioned a little about the energy explosion just now. A distortion energy explosion that involved the entire starry sky. There was no difference at the same time. All the distortion energy in this world trembled. Jing Yuanji also pondered. They did not react, which meant that there were no red lines on their bodies. Or they were not the life of this world and would not be affected. Connecting it to the girl with different pupils trembling when the energy exploded and looking a little confused. Jing Yuanji also had a guess. Could it have something to do with the coming period of chaos? That's my guess, but there's no way to verify it. Yun Nuashing nodded. The entire starry sky appeared at the same time, and the entire starry sky was affected. Probably only they could guess. After all, the people of this world seem to place a lot of importance on territory. They probably could not directly barge into other people's territory to see if the same thing was different. The girl with different pupils, who was stunned by the energy explosion, was now optimistically leading them around the city's top floor. When they looked down just now, they noticed that the buildings on the top floor were much grander and more exquisite than the ones below. Its style was also slightly different from the ones below. Not only were there many buildings that only required people to live in, but there were also some large buildings that probably had some functions. Of course, there were also neat residential areas. The spacious and neat streets and the rows of buildings intertwined with each other, forming a rather novel big net with a sense of elegance and neatness. Again, he did not feel that there was any problem in other places, but in this world, it felt a little out of place. Perhaps it was because of his thinking. The many formations that separated the city from the outside world had mostly dissipated by now, along with the energy that had gathered here. When the two lower levels resumed their rotation, the girl with strange pupils led them down to the lower levels. Originally, she thought that they should be using some kind of formation to teleport them. Teleport? That's so troublesome. Can't we just jump down? Big sister, you're not afraid to jump, right? Standing at the edge of the top floor, the girl with different pupils looked at Yun Nuashing and giggled. His cheeks twitched slightly. All right, he was thinking too much. Not to mention how to get from the bottom floor to the top floor. If he wanted to go down from the top floor, the fastest way was to teleport or jump. Big sister, look at this angle. Run 10 meters away and do a gliding action. Ordinary people can fall down like this. But you must be careful. Don't jump out of the ring. After all, it can rotate. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She pulled the two girls with her and jumped down. Chapter 1381. Not far away, There was a city that was clearly divided into 4 levels as the background. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji stood in front of the sea outside the city, enjoying the salty sea breeze as they listened to the girl with different pupils talking about many things in this world. Jing Yuanji saw him suddenly stop and cast a concerned look at him. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He lifted his feet and followed. He had a strange feeling just now, as if something familiar had suddenly appeared and then quickly disappeared. Because it was impossible to have any illusions or hallucinations in this realm. Something had probably happened just now. It was just that, for various reasons, he couldn't sense it very well, so he couldn't pay too much attention to it. Looking at Jing Yuanji and the girl with different pupils who were so familiar that they could joke with each other, Yun Nuashing mumbled as he integrated and deduced all the information he had received so far in his mind. However, deducing or not deducing was not very important. In short, he now knew what kind of nonsense this world was. They were controlled by the rules of the world and were randomly sent to do anything unreasonable. They were randomly allowed to happen and were constantly being controlled. However, the lives in this world did not seem to know this. They were simply living and working harder for tomorrow. They did not know the meaning of this, nor did they have the time to think about the so-called meaning. The endless battles had already bound everyone's thoughts from the other side. If there was any special wish, it would probably be to survive the next chaotic period. Yun Nuashing walked towards the 2 girls and reached out to pull Jing Yuanji back. Under the 2 girls' puzzled gazes, he looked at the girl with different pupils and said faintly, "This is really complicated and troublesome information. It will take some time to sort out." "Well, after saying so much, I have a question, and I don't know if you can help me answer it." Yun Nuashing coughed softly. "Although I was the one who asked you to talk about these things, don't you think that you have said a little too much? The chaotic period and many other things that have come out of it. Some of them are even related to the combat power of the various forces, this territory and the combat power of the path of the heavens. It is as if you are eager to tell us everything." The girl with different pupils froze. "Who are you?" Yun Nuashing looked at the 4-story city not far away. Half of the people in this city knew her, and they seemed to be the kind of people who were famous for their foresight. She had clearly said that she did not come back often, but there were people who knew her. "What's the purpose?" The girl with different pupils lowered her head and muttered. Suddenly, she put her hands behind her back and grinned. "Big sister, if you always have the thought of what is the purpose of others, you won't have friends." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. It didn't matter whether there was or not. Moreover, there were many people around him, and he didn't always think that others were thinking about them. It was just that her behavior was a little too obvious. "Well, I was indeed rude. It's because it's been a long time since I've seen the birth of people at your level. I was a bit anxious, he." The girl with different pupils stuck out her tongue. "Well, actually, what surprised me more was that big sisters actually didn't know who I was. I thought that there was no one in this world who didn't know who I was. But you didn't have any reaction at all when you saw me. After walking around the city for so long, there was no reaction at all. I was a little stunned. It's not the narcissistic kind of knowing. Because of some things, I think that a lot of people in this world should know about me. For example, I have a bad reputation and something like that." Yun Nuashing crossed her arms. "You didn't tell me who you were from the beginning. How the hell would I know who you are?" "I think so." The girl with different pupils was stunned for a second. She smiled and then reacted, holding the 2 ends of her loose robe as if she was holding the hem of her skirt. She bent down slightly. "My original name has been forgotten a long time ago. Now, people have been calling me Dao Tian." Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes slightly. According to her name, that seemed to be a code name and her leader-level realm. She probably said, "The leader of the path of the heavens." Big sister, you know this name." The girl with different pupils who called herself Dao Tian turned around in a circle with a smile. "No, I guessed." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "Dao Tian, after coming to this slightly shocking. Well, It might be shocking for ordinary people. The three of them walked along the coast for a long distance. They didn't talk much along the way. They walked until they couldn't even see the city anymore. Only the sound of the waves could be heard. The girl with different pupils who was walking in front would inadvertently turn her head to look at the two big sisters. However, she saw that they were always staring at the distant sea with a touch of tranquility in their eyes. It was as if they came here to seek this peaceful atmosphere. The girl with different pupils pouted. Suddenly, she turned around and walked quickly in front of Yun Nuashing. "Big sister, are you angry?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. He watched her walk with the wind, causing her long platinum hair to flutter behind her. She circled around him with all her might, just like a little immortal circling around him. Yun Nuashing quickly nipped that rude thought away. While she was circling around in front of him, he pressed down on her shoulder and held her in place. "Stop circling around. You're dizzy. Why should I be angry? Then why aren't you talking?" Dao Tian shrugged his shoulder and shook his hand off. "I'm thinking about something very troublesome." Yun Nuashing sighed. His eyes that were looking at the ocean in the distance could not find a focal point. "Speaking of which, you haven't answered my question yet. You were in a hurry to tell us so much. You were so anxious to tell us everything. You even told us some of the secrets of other forces. You even told us the secrets of the path of the heavens. What is your goal? I don't think the leader of a force would be so careless." Dao Tian was silent for a moment. Her jade hand twirled a strand of hair beside her ear. "Because, big sister, even people like you have come out. The chaos period is about to begin. In the past, the chaos period has always revolved around the most powerful force in the world. Even in the past, when everyone had lost their minds due to the chaos, they had always aimed at the most powerful force in the world or one or two lives." "Oh, so you want to rope us in? Join the battle of the path of the heavens?" Yun Nuashing said. Dao Tian was silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, she shook her head. She suddenly lifted her feet and walked closer. She looked up at him with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "I want to protect you." "Huh." Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji widened their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Yun Nuashing even rubbed her ears hard, thinking that she had heard wrong. However, she had something else to say that calmed them down. "Big sister, please calm down and listen to me." The girl with the different eyes took a deep breath. Her dual-colored eyes flashed. "This world is a cage that can't be broken. But it's not like this. There is a way to break out of this cage. The path of the heavens has been searching for so many years. All those years of crazy actions were not for war. They were just looking for a way to escape from this world. There must be other worlds outside of this cage. And big sister, you are the only way to break through. Perhaps only through you can we escape half of this nightmare cage. Escape from this world." Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji looked at each other. Their eyes flashed. From those words, they discovered a shocking fact. The lives of this world were trapped in this world. Even those who were at the peak of the heavenly god realm could not escape. They did not even know about the void. They did not know about the countless things in the void. They thought that these hundreds of billions of light years were the entire world. Seeing that their eyes were flickering with doubt and disbelief, the girl with different pupils became a little anxious. Her cold little hand quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand and said, "Big sister, it's true. Please believe me. Escaping from this cage has always been all that the path of the heavens has been pursuing, and it is also their ultimate goal. For this, they have paid countless prices, incomprehensible prices, to find that method. We don't care about obtaining anything in this crazy and chaotic world, and we have never asked for anything. We just want to live for ourselves and not be controlled by the rules, forced to fight in this cage and finally die. The outside world, the beautiful, free world. Big sister, don't you want to leave this cage? Big sister, don't you want to leave?" How do you know that the outside world will be beautiful and free? In the end, how do you know if the outside world is real or just your imagination? Yun Nuashing stared at her calmly. This question was the ultimate question that every life trapped in an inner world had to face. It was a question that stood on the spiritual plane like a shackle, a question that was only prepared for pioneers. She had to face it head-on and leave behind an answer that even she herself believed. In short, she had to believe that there must be something outside, even though she had never gone out. Otherwise, she might go crazy if she only saw the endless void the moment she leaped out after much effort. Many of those who lived in the barren void were the same. The first being to step out of their own world would require a sufficiently resolute spirit, so that they could at least hold on in the face of the most hopeless situation. Leaping out of a world into the void, the glimpse they saw was the ultimate secret of their original world. Basically, having the power to transcend worlds was a distinct level, and the next level was having the power to wander in the void. It was only by grasping those two powers that they could truly see a brand new world in the endless world of the void, and those who were not prepared would most likely die halfway through each step. The girl with the different pupils was silent for a long time. This time, she was truly silent. Her hand that was holding his was now limp and about to drop. Yun Nuashing could tell from her reaction that it was just her imagination. Unlike them, who were always running around in the void, she was probably the only pioneer in this world who tried to explore things outside their world. Everything was just a guess. Well, it seems that you're not prepared to face that either. Yun Nuashing said softly. She only said the last sentence in her heart. Many things may be very cruel. Don't think too much about it. What if, after thousands of years of hard work, you end up with nothing in the end? What would you do then? This is my advice to you. Of course, everyone likes beautiful things. This is the pursuit of every living being. We will help, but only after you tell us about that strange thing. You have to think about it carefully. Dao Heaven raised his head, his eyes filled with confusion and confusion. His eyes were empty, as if he had just experienced a mental breakdown. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. The nightmares that this little girl had experienced in this world had driven her to madly search for a way to break free from her prison. She had reached the point where she was almost fantasizing. She had never heard of the outer world and had never had any knowledge about it. So she had built a fragile castle of sand in her heart that could be easily destroyed. He didn't mean to destroy her dreams or anything like that, but he had to tell her these things because he hadn't looked outside this world yet, and he didn't know what he would see when he went out. If it really was an empty space with no other worlds, then her mental breakdown would be very serious. It was better to give her a warning now so that she could be mentally prepared and buffer herself. That way, when her dreams were shattered, she wouldn't really have a mental breakdown. Seeing her frowning and confused look, Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly and pulled her to walk slowly on the beach. Forerunner, Master Foam, we have not seen a forerunner for a long time. There is no pure new world in the existing world. Jing Yuanji followed beside him and spoke in his soul. This world is ultimately sealed. It is very likely that it was created and sealed by someone. It is not surprising that such a situation would occur. It is a good thing to have a forerunner. The world should not be sealed so easily, and the worlds that have successfully grown in the void would not be sealed. Compared to this, I am more worried about her. I don't know if her psychological endurance is strong enough. If she really falls into the worst situation, I am worried that her spirit would collapse in an instant. I have seen that kind of situation too many times. Yun Nuashing looked at Dao Heaven, who had his head lowered and seemed to be thinking about something. Also, he was very curious about the way she said to leave this world. Was it because she was not strong enough that she needed their strength? But did she just say that she hoped to protect them? It did not feel right to put the two together, but at least it proves that Long Yu was right. The leader of the Path of the Heavens does know a lot of things. After finding a nice place, Yun Nuashing sat down and stretched. Jing Yuanji also pulled Dowheaven to sit next to him. The two of them stared at the horizon in a daze. The other one kept his head down and looked at his feet. His eyes were in a daze, and he frowned from time to time. It seemed like he was thinking, but also seemed like he was not paying attention to this place. Just like this, each with different thoughts, the three of them sat there and listened to the sound of the waves. They sat there for an entire day until the sky darkened and the moon did not rise. However, when the tide suddenly rose, Yun Nuashing pulled the other two out of this place. But after walking for a while, he realized that there was no good place to go. Even if he knew that the girl with different pupils was the leader of the path of the heavens. Should he bring her back to that city? If the people there found out that their leader went out with two strangers and came back with such a dazed look, would they think of something terrible and charge at them? After thinking for a while, he found a place where the tide would not drown and built a bonfire. Then the three of them sat there and continued to stare blankly. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji were communicating with each other in their souls, talking about the things in this world. Meanwhile, Dowheaven was really in a daze. He was a little stunned by Yun Nuashing's words, and he still had not recovered from it. Yo, Yun Jun, how's the harvest? Where did you guys go? Don't tell me you guys really went to the path of the heavens? Just as he threw a piece of wood that contained energy into the bonfire, Yun Nuashing heard a voice ringing in his mind. After identifying it, he recognized that it was the voice of the handsome ruffian. He patted his head and said, "Well, it really is in the path of the heavens. That's right. I have something to talk to you guys about." Actually, we have something to talk about as well. Do you want to talk first, or should I? He was stunned. Yun Nuashing was also stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "You go first. My topic might take a while, and I won't be able to finish so quickly." First of all, two groups of people politely broke into the territory of planet Pyrolite. They did not fight, but they asked us about your whereabouts. Two groups? Looking for us? Yun Nuashing subconsciously thought that it might be his own people who came looking for him. After all, he had lost contact with them for so long. It was not impossible for them to be uneasy and use some method to find him. However, the next sentence dispelled his thoughts. Well, it seems to be Tianyuan and an unknown faction. They probably sensed something in advance. Usually, during the chaotic period, the battle would start around the largest faction and the strongest few life forms. Usually, they would be the first to be focused on. Well, this is just a side note. What I'm going to say next is the main point. Hearing that the middle-aged ruffian's voice suddenly became much more serious, Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and became more alert. The former was silent for more than 10 seconds before he said faintly, "Yun Jun, according to some of the anomalies that we have observed, the chaotic period might start in less than 30 hours. That's fast. Also, I have received some bad information from the Lord. It is said that the chaotic period in the past would make people lose their minds and become like beasts. Well, I can't think of such a situation. However, if such a situation occurs, Yun Jun, if you see us become like that, please don't show mercy." Yun Nuashing did not expect that the middle-aged ruffian could also say such words. Long Yi's words? It's the Lord's words. The other side immediately admitted it. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and remained silent for a while. "There's no need to show mercy. What are you guys thinking? We haven't even fought yet. The chaos period hasn't even begun. And you're already saying such suicidal words. I can't tell the Lord's thoughts. I'm just passing on the message. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning in it." The handsome ruffian laughed dryly. Suddenly, his voice became serious again. "This world has been fighting for countless years. Too much has been wasted in meaningless battles. It has become riddled with holes. I can't make up any more stories. If I'm guessing, it's probably because he's tired. It's hard to say. Yun Nuashing. I know you don't like to be serious. Don't be so serious like others." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and remained silent for a while. Suddenly he laughed loudly. Well, take it easy. Maybe something good will happen this time. Anyway, 30 hours, right? I got it. Let's make some preparations. Oh, right, I have something to ask you. Then he told Xing the information he just got from Daotan. After listening to it, the handsome ruffian pondered. Suddenly, the sound of something flipping through could be heard. After a while, he said, I didn't expect you to meet the leader of the path of the heavens directly. Let's not talk about that first. I found some ancient records here. Indeed, there were words such as leave and predicament. There are also some records of attempts here. At first, it was quite vague. Yun Nuashing. Listen carefully. Let me read a paragraph for you. Year 1009 of the nebula calendar. The 20th attempt to break through the world barrier. No response. Year 1109 of the nebula calendar. The 27th attempt to break through the world barrier. No response. Well, I'll omit the last part for you. This nebula is an ancient force. It was destroyed a long time ago. The last record was when they made their last attempt at breaking through the world barrier. The 1000th attempt at breaking through the world barrier was not recorded as no response. However, I can't see it clearly. Something must have happened. In other words, the Forerunners have tried many times. However, there was no response. Yin Nuashing murmured. Yes, that's the situation. According to the information I got from the Sovereign, in this era there was no Forerunner. Oh, except for the leader of the path of the heavens. The Sovereign believed that she knew something. It seems that she knew the way to break through, but did not have enough power. Yes, I know. When the chaotic period comes, you just have to take care of yourselves. Maybe something unexpected will happen. Let's look forward to it. After ending the communication, Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. She tilted her head and looked at Daotian, who was still in a daze. She scratched her head. It seemed that he still had some things to figure out. Chapter 1382. Innumerable worlds were born in the void, and each world was a cage for the beings that lived within. A fragile cage that could be easily opened. No, a cradle, the only cradle where they could quietly grow before facing the dangers of the void. Life that broke free from the cradle was like a seed that sprouted from the soil, a bird that spread its wings and soared, leaving its birthplace for a wider and more dangerous world. If there were no special incidents or other circumstances, there would be such forerunners in every newborn world. They were willful, stubborn, brave, and strong, charging fearlessly towards the cradle's barrier with the most iron-headed stance. Even if they would often end up bleeding, after countless failures and finally meeting success, those unlucky fellows in barren zones would find nothing but a cluster of bright light behind them the moment they emerged. They would instantly lose all hope, their nerves becoming chaotic, their spirits breaking down, and their souls leaving their bodies. The only thing left for them to do was to kill themselves for the rest of their lives. Those were all real situations that had happened before, situations that he had witnessed. There were some unlucky worlds where not only were their world barriers extraordinarily thick, but they were also located in the middle of nowhere. There was really nothing around them other than their own world light. If it were anyone else, they would have doubted themselves and instantly fell into an endless cycle of blind thoughts, unable to break free. And as the forerunner of that world, if he could not sort out his own collapse before he returned, perhaps the entire world would fall into despair along with him. Still, such situations were rare now. It would probably only happen when new worlds appeared at the same time as the turn of eras, as well as the unlucky situations just described. At present, the void was extraordinarily lively. There were not many worlds that were less than 10 billion years old, and the specially modified cluster of light in the divine realm had existed for several eras without dying. That was why it was no wonder that they were surprised when they discovered the sealed world, especially when they found out that there was a forerunner in that sealed world. Every world has no lack of life forms that have seen through the truth. As for what happens after knowing the truth, that is a matter for the future. Whether they use all their power to break out of this cage or give up after countless failures, it all depends on the fate of that world. That is one of the final barriers to challenging the natural order, and there are not many worlds that can rely on their own power to leap out of the cradle. What you see now is actually the result of many worlds connecting themselves over a long period of time. After the void upheaval, the void was quite desolate for quite a long period of time. As Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji talked about the void, Dao Heaven sat beside them in a daze. She had already broken free from her blank state, but she was still a little dazed. She looked at the bonfire in front of her, fidgeting from time to time. No one knew what she was thinking. That is the process of exhausting the power of the entire world. Yes, that is how it should be. But there are also situations like this in this world, so when I see those struggling pioneers, I can't help but want to help. I feel like I'm seeing my past self. Yun Nuashing grinned. When Lord Feng was still weak, Jing Yuanji couldn't help but think about that time. Her eyes flashed, and she hugged her knees with both hands. It was as if she could imagine it, but it was also as if she couldn't imagine it. At that time, she probably wasn't even born yet. Although the distant void wasn't as lively as it was now, there should be some irreplaceable splendor that belonged to that time. Phew! Dao Heaven suddenly exhaled a long breath. His actions were a little exaggerated, and Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji both turned their attention to him. She turned around, and her eyes were twinkling in the light of the bonfire. She seemed to have come back to her senses. Have you come back to your senses? Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and asked in a soft voice. Dao Heaven nodded and met Jing Yuanji's gaze. After a moment, his expression became a little strange, and he muttered, "What a cruel big sister." She didn't hesitate to tear apart other people's dreams. I almost broke down. Now that he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. After all, she was the leader of the path of the heavens, a being at the peak of the heavenly god realm. She had fought in the starry sky for countless years. So how could she be so shaken by a few words? It was just a little mental suggestion. Yun Nuashing shrugged and admitted it without hesitation. That was just a dream, but it was a perfect dream that was created with too many unnecessary prayers, expectations, and reality. It wasn't used to deceive oneself and satisfy oneself. It was just a rope that pulled you down when you fell into the abyss. It was too dangerous, so it was better to destroy it as soon as possible. Right now, you were only in a trance for a while. With your previous state of mind, if you really face that hopeless situation, you should know the consequences. It's just a mental breakdown. Dao Heaven bared his teeth at Jing Yuanji. This God-forsaken world, if there's a situation worse than this outside, Yun Nuashing frowned. Was this the will to die? But there was no need for that at all. Just die? Giving up so easily? What if what you saw was just an illusion, and the truth was hidden behind layers of illusions, and you gave up on everything because you didn't know about it? Dao Heaven's fake smile slowly disappeared, and he stared at the person in front of him seriously. He had never looked at someone so seriously before. She couldn't see anything from those black eyes, and she couldn't see through him. If she kept staring, she felt as if she would fall into the abyss, into the cycle of reincarnation, and her consciousness would sink into that pure darkness until she fell to the bottom of the abyss, and the abyss became a mirror, and she suddenly saw herself. She snapped back to reality, and the girl with different pupils clenched her fists and suddenly said, "Big sister, you seem to know a lot of things." "That's right, I know a lot, more than all of you combined. But that doesn't represent everything." Yun Nuashing nodded. Dao Heaven stood up, patted the dust off his body, and smiled sweetly with his hands behind his back. "Big sister, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not someone who gives up easily. Well, I'm indeed a little impatient, and I'm in a hurry to succeed. During the chaos period, every opportunity, every time I see that uncontrollable deadline approaching, every time I see that opportunity slip away, I get more worried. I don't have anyone to talk to. so I'm just anxious like this. Under such circumstances, even the path of the heavens that I lead has become dangerous, and I've become a madman. Big sister, I promise you, I'll destroy that dream that was born from the mistake. So, can you listen to me? It seems like there's not much time left. Yun Nuashing nodded. Indeed, there's not much time left. The chaos period is about to begin. Ah, as expected, big sister. You've received the news from somewhere. Dao Heaven blinked, and his jade-like hand brushed his long hair behind his ear. Because the last chaos period was very intense, the calm period this time has lasted for quite a long time. I don't know what the chaos period will be like this time, but judging from how everyone has returned to their peak condition, and how they have the strength to harass their neighbors before the chaos period has even begun, they're probably ready. I have a team that has been keeping an eye on the situation in various parts of the universe. They've been integrating the small changes in various places, and they've calculated that the next chaos period is not far away. There's also some news that the various forces have been consolidating their own forces, and I'm afraid that they've also received the news and are preparing for battle. The blood nebula that has been wandering around, it's not a good place, and I have a bad feeling about it. During the chaos period this time, there will probably be a lot of people harassing us. During the calm period, the path of the heavens had stirred up quite a number of beehives, and they're probably waiting for this time to settle the score. Dao Heaven glanced at Yun Nuashing, and when he saw the latter looking at him with a faint smile, he blushed and coughed dryly, intending to finish his words in one breath. Big sister, the ultimate secret that I've mentioned to you before, the way to leave this world, is that we don't have enough strength and we need your help. We need to go to a special place, and the boundary barrier there will become weak during the chaos period. However, even if it's a weakened boundary barrier, with our strength, we still won't be able to break through it. At that time, you'll need our strength, right? Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. By the way, there will be a lot of small fries along the way, and you want me to help you deal with them, right? Ahem. Dao Heaven coughed dryly, and his face blushed. Those small fries. Ahem. The path of the heavens is strong enough to deal with them, but will waste a lot of time on the way. The weakness of the boundary barrier depends on the time. Ahem. It's not good to drag it out too long, big sister. But I'm not forcing you to help me. Yun Nuashing smiled brightly. Can you be a little more straightforward? Why don't you help me while you're at it? I'm really worried that if we drag it out, we'll find out that something isn't right. I mean the last sentence. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips and did not comment. He knew that there were loopholes in the world barrier, and he had seen them before. However, he had never seen a situation like what she had described. It was as if there was a convulsion in the world barrier, and its strength was unstable. Just listening to it made him feel that something was wrong. If it were not for the fact that he was worried that a series of problems would cause unnecessary effects, he would have already broken through the world barrier. As for what kind of strange things would happen, he was not sure. The two of them looked at each other for a while, and Yun Nuashing shrugged. All right. Seeing that you were almost scared to death by me, and seeing that we're trespassing on private property, I'll go with you. If necessary, we'll help. But to deal with the boundary barrier, we'll have to save up a little bit of energy. So, try to solve the problems on the way. Jing Yuanji could not help but roll her eyes at her master. Dao Heaven could not find fault with this reason, but she knew that Master Feng was just looking for an excuse to be lazy. Well, it was good to be lazy, so that he would not be used as free labor. Dao Heaven reached out his hand with a smile. So we've reached a consensus. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and reached out to shake Dao Heaven's hand. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, she suddenly pulled his hand forward. Her face almost occupied his entire vision, and the corner of her mouth pulled into a sly smile. Then, I'll have to trouble you, big brother. Uft! Jing Yuanji finally could not help but laugh. After Yun Nuashing glanced at her with a grin, she suddenly looked like she was looking at the dark sea in the distance. Her face was calm and distant, as if she did not hear anything. But seeing her body trembling slightly Dowhaven knew that she was trying hard to hold it in. She was feeling uncomfortable all over, and her pretty face was red. "I'm not lying to you. You're the one who thinks so." Yun Nuashing sighed and pulled his hand back. This time he successfully pulled his hand back. He looked at Dowhaven, who was looking at him with a strange smile. "Then, why did you suddenly realize?" The girl with different pupils stretched her hand forward. "I noticed it the first time I touched it. Even your life force is different. But at that time, I was so scared by Big Brother that I couldn't move. Seeing that you didn't explain, I had no choice but to say it now." "Ah." As she spoke, she let out a cry of surprise. Yun Nuashing subconsciously looked around and did not find anything out of the ordinary, so he said, "What's wrong? Was the territory attacked, or did something happen?" The girl with different pupils was stunned for a while, as if her consciousness was not here. Yun Nuashing could only wait patiently. After a while, he saw her come back to her senses. I was just leisurely for a while. The fleet hasn't lifted their alert, and the chaos period hasn't officially begun, and they've already attacked us. It's a situation of an army invasion." She suddenly looked into the distance and fell silent for a while. Then she lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Anyway, I don't need to use it anymore. This is the biggest and last chance I've found. If this trip fails, there's no point in continuing." Hearing some unpleasant words, Yun Nuashing frowned. "What are you talking about?" Boom! A violent roar came from the distant land, and the whole planet seemed to tremble violently. Yun Nuashing thought that it was another explosion of distorted energy. He turned his attention to the core of the planet and the girl beside him, but he did not see any reaction from the two. On the contrary, he saw something that surprised him a little. The planet was fading, and a considerable part of it was becoming transparent. The surface of the planet, the mountains, the sea, the forest, the 4-story art city in the distance that he had been complaining about for a few minutes, and the countless lives in it, all of them were becoming transparent and fading. Finally, with a slight tremor, they disappeared like reflections in water. The whole process was faint, and there was not a single bit of energy leaking out. All of the living and non-living things had disappeared, as if they were not real in the first place. The bonfire that was still there a moment ago had also disappeared. Under their feet was a stone planet that had shrunk a few times, and only a layer of dust floated on the stone planet. The place where they were standing was only about 100 feet away from the energy core. Illusion! Jing Yuanji was stunned as she looked at the scene in front of her that had suddenly turned into a dark, starry sky. She did not come back to her senses for a long time. She looked at the girl with different pupils. She lowered her head, and her eyes went through a daze and sobriety, as if she had just woken up. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed as he looked around. He looked at the star system that had existed just a moment ago. Everything had disappeared, and in the end, only the ball and the energy core were left. Even a little further away, things had disappeared. For example, he had left a little energy mark on the half-moon star that they had just come from. Now there was only a cold, starry sky, and nothing existed there. "What did you do?" Jing Yuanji was puzzled. "It's a dream, a dream. The dream has materialized and replaced the reality here." Yun Nuashing suddenly reacted and understood something. He lowered his head and looked at the girl with different pupils who was still in the process of waking up from her dream. "This first star does not exist at all. Everything is just your dream?" Although they were not on guard, they really did not realize that they were in a dream space because it was too real. It was so real that the world seemed to really exist. This kind of situation actually existed. People with strong enough spiritual power could create their own spiritual world, and the dream world was actually one of them. A dream created a world, kept in the depths of the spiritual world, and would not be annihilated when one woke up from the dream. Because it was a very real dream, it could even deceive oneself, so it was very difficult to recognize. Well, he would never admit that he did not recognize it because he was too relaxed. The girl with different pupils was at a loss for a while. She suddenly raised her head and said with a smile, Big Brother's expression is so interesting. I didn't expect you guys to not recognize it. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He took a deep breath and said, "Well, it seems that there are still some things that I need to understand. However, it seems that now is not the time to talk about this. We were attacked, right? Well, it's not that urgent. Let's talk as we walk. Big Brother will like this story." The girl with different pupils shook her head and pointed in a direction in the starry sky. She kept the planet under her feet and then flew forward with Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. "Big Brother, do you still remember that story? The Liege of the Path of the Heavens, during a period of chaos, because he was trapped in that period of chaos, he lost his rationality and killed his friends. That story is actually about me. Before that day came, I was just an ordinary life form in the heavenly God realm, an ordinary life form trapped in this world. That day, when I woke up from a nightmare and saw an even more terrifying nightmare, I went crazy. However, maybe because I was too ordinary, the resentment and hatred in my heart were not enough to make me fall into another level of madness. I was like a puppet that had lost its heart and soul. I led the remaining members of the Path of the Heavens, who were already awake, and started revenge. However, I couldn't find the target of my revenge because I didn't know what was going on during the period when I lost my rationality. I could only blindly pour flames everywhere that I could see. Like a madman, I fought indiscriminately and destroyed indiscriminately. I can't remember which period of chaos it was. Because of my madness, I provoked everyone. When the period of chaos came, I fell into a trap that was specially prepared by many parties. In the end, we perished together with a 10 times difference in combat power. The Path of the Heavens was completely destroyed. I thought that I was going to die, but I stubbornly survived. I survived in a world that was already empty. Wait, the Path of the Heavens was completely destroyed. Then those ships of yours." Yun Nuashing's expression trembled. Dao Heaven pointed at his temple and smiled. "They're all here, Big Brother. However, they're still there because they still need that power. That was the last struggle I made before I died. I created a dream to deceive myself and others. It's funny, isn't it? Even the Path of the Heavens, which is now known as the Nest of Lunatics, is just my dream. In the entire Path of the Heavens, there's only me, Dao Heaven." Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji's cheeks trembled. They felt a chill run down their spines. "Lord Feng, this spiritual power, it's enough to break into the origin realm. As long as it can keep up in other aspects, it won't be a problem. However, it's limited by the suppression of this world. It can't reach that realm yet." "What a crazy guy." Jing Yuanji nodded. Then she suddenly shook her head. She looked at Dao Heaven and said, "This is a crazy product born from this crazy world." I'm afraid that after that incident, the previous Dao Heaven had already died. Now, what's left is... Yun Nuashing suddenly covered her small mouth, and Jing Yuanji's pretty face turned red. She tilted her head and saw Yun Nuashing shaking his head at her with a slightly dignified expression. She immediately understood and shut her mouth. There's no other way. Since I found out that I'm still alive, no matter what's left to keep me alive, I have to continue living. Dao Heaven frowned and smiled bitterly. Therefore, our shared dream became the only reason that kept me alive. I made an agreement with her to leave this locked world together. For that, I didn't hesitate to sacrifice everything. However, I don't have anything else to sacrifice. So, when I found Big Brother and Big Sister, I'm a little excited. Dao Heaven turned around and looked at them. He stuck out his tongue and smiled like a flower. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji looked at each other and shrugged. It's really a complicated world. Chapter 1383. A life's consciousness could be so powerful that it was unimaginable. Obsession, even resentment, and the power bestowed upon oneself was like a curse that no one knew or understood. The power born from these two words pushed the most powerful group in the world towards reincarnation, constantly moving between the world and reincarnation. It could make a few unlucky people struggle for dozens of eras without giving up. To put it simply, it could make the people in front of him act like lunatics. All of this was just because they had regrets in their hearts that they couldn't stop. Boom! Bang! After taking a direct hit from the energy impact, the barrier rippled violently. Yun Nuashing stood on the golden-painted, medium-sized ship. She looked at the bow of the ship, which was completely different from the other ships around it. Seeing the fierce battle in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. She felt that ever since she came to this world, there hadn't been much peace. If it wasn't a battle, it was boom, boom. It was an explosion. The sky was filled with a huge explosion of energy. It was aimed at the people from the hunting cloud star cluster. They were the group of blue-painted people who attacked them without saying a word the last time they barged in. There were so many of them. Other than them, there were also 2 or 3 fleets that she didn't recognize. There weren't many of them, but they looked very majestic among the dazzling blue fleets. They hid behind their giant turtle shells and pretended to shoot arrows. This made Yun Nuashing want to use order disintegration to kill all of them, 4 times the number. The hunting cloud star cluster came out in full force. There are also some two-faced people around. Did they think that they could wipe out the path of the heavens in one blow, so they joined in? Dao Heaven stood beside them and looked at the fleets that were chasing after them with all their might. Her slender eyebrows raised slightly. This scene is really like that day when she was in danger and faced with 10 times the opponent's strength. How did she manage to kill her way out? How did she manage to bring the enemy down with her? She didn't even remember. She only remembered that the scene before her was very similar to that day. Only this time, there weren't so many of them. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. This time, he paid attention to the situation of her spiritual energy. It was like a vast net that covered the entire starry sky, releasing spiritual energy in all directions. The existence of the entire path of the heavens was just her dream. In the entire path of the heavens, she was the only one who truly existed in the real world. The others, the territories, the planets, the ships, the armies, and the combatants, were all alternative existences that were projected into the real world from her dream. At this moment, she seemed to be mobilizing that power. Let me say this first. Yun Nuashing looked at the stars. Although you said that you wanted us to preserve our strength, we are much stronger than you think. Don't fight us if you can't handle it. Big sister, are you worried about me? The girl with different pupils tilted her head and smiled. Oh, I'm wrong. Big brother, you're lying. Don't worry, this is all. In the dream that I've been running for 10,000 years, I'm invincible. Even the blood nebula can't shake the most powerful force of the path of the heavens. She was surrounded by reflections that projected the stars. There were hundreds and thousands of reflections. In the dark background of the stars, there were golden fleets that were rapidly gathering. They emerged from every territory of the path of the heavens, from every place that was green a moment ago but turned into a stone planet in the next second, or even from a cluster of nebulas. It was like a huge colony of ants that were rapidly gathering. Yun Nuashing saw this scene and could not help but squint. No wonder there were not many signs of combat personnel on the half-moon planet and the first planet. She did not plan to live there at all. In the dream, there was a clear division of peace and war, the beautiful planets that were used to decorate the peaceful scene, and the war mobilization part that consisted only of combat personnel. After all, she was the only one in the entire path of the heavens. She could do whatever she wanted. She was the main character of this dream. As long as she had enough spiritual power, spreading the golden fleets across the stars was a small matter. So Yun Nuashing saw this phenomenon. Looking at this place from afar, she could see the golden fleets emerging from every corner of the path of the heavens. Then, like water droplets, streams, they gathered in the direction of their fleet from countless directions. Moreover, it was a linear gathering. Under the condition that their speed did not change, every fleet that came to support would merge into the main fleet without any obstacles when they arrived. After all, it is her own dream. It is normal for her to have such a degree of control. The little angel also saw this situation through his senses. She could not help but stick out her tongue. Although that was the case, it felt a little too exaggerated. If a small part of the fleet was sent to intercept those fleets in advance, they might not even be able to protect themselves, let alone gather reinforcements. However, it was obvious that he and the little angel had underestimated this little girl's craziness. Looking at the entire battlefield, there were indeed some fleets that were intercepted halfway, and they were fleets that they had never seen before. They had only been in this world for less than half a month, and it was already good enough for them to see a few leader-level forces. It did not matter if those small fries and crab generals knew about it or not. However, their interceptions were not successful. All the fleets that intercepted them were shocked to find that their targets disappeared into thin air before their eyes before they could even fire a single shot of energy. Yun Nuashing could clearly see that those fleets that disappeared turned back into spiritual energy in an instant, and then quickly crossed the distant stars. They only turned back into fleets when they approached the main fleet. The many dream beings in the fleets did not feel anything wrong at all, and were still shouting and relaying information to the main fleet. Yun Nuashing did some calculations. If the path of the heavens abandoned all of its territory and gathered all of its forces, this fleet would probably be on par with a hunting cloud star cluster, and the former's combat power would be higher. With this calculation, he could slack off. The chaotic period will arrive in less than 2 hours, Dao Heaven suddenly said at this critical moment. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and glanced at her. Her fair hands, which were resting on the edge of the boat, were trembling slightly. The shadow that the chaotic period had cast on her would not dissipate so easily. Even though she knew that the past few chaotic periods had been relatively peaceful, it was hard to say whether the next chaotic period would have a stroke or if something would happen. At this critical juncture, she was still incomparably nervous. The murderous decisiveness on her face had faded a lot. Like a little girl who was not used to the night, she wanted to find a corner to curl up, cover her head, and pretend that she did not know anything. The huge energy impact on the barrier made her so nervous that her body trembled slightly. Yun Nuashing looked up at the starry sky and said, "It's only 2 hours. It will be here in a while. It's nothing. According to the current time, when your fleet is almost done gathering, it will be here in 2 hours." The girl with different pupils let out a dry laugh, her pretty face full of worry. She stretched out her hand to the side, stealthily grabbing onto Yun Nuashing's clothes. She lightly tugged and said, "Big brother, listen to me. If something happens, just keep walking along this path. Don't change directions. Just keep walking towards that dot of blue starlight until you reach the end. I've left a mark there. When the time is right, you can break through the barrier." Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at her. Seeing that she was trembling for some unknown reason, he could not help but frown. "What do you mean? Didn't you bear the wishes of 2 people and must get out of this locked world?" "That's the case, but yes, that's enough. There's nothing else to say. We're the opportunity that you've been waiting for a long time, right? Since that's the case, don't give up so easily. Seize this opportunity and keep going until your wish is fulfilled." Dao Tian looked at him with a complicated expression. There was no fear or worry in his black eyes. Instead, there was a calmness that showed no fear at all. It was as if no matter what happened in the world, it was nothing more than a game to him. She could not help but calm down a little when she saw those eyes that were filled with magic. Bang! "Well, let's put those troublesome matters aside for now." Patting her hand that almost tore his clothes apart, Yun Nuashing pointed into the distance. "Anyway, how about we get rid of those annoying flies first? They're chasing us like idiots. It's a little annoying." Dao Heaven's cheeks trembled slightly as he looked at him with a complicated expression. Letting go of her hand, he walked to the side to give orders. He was giving orders to this dream and not the combatants. The hunting cloud star cluster and the many shrimp soldiers and crab generals would never imagine that they were actually fighting against a huge dream. The chase went on for a long time, and the continuous flames of war could be drawn into a huge wall in space. Along the way, countless things were destroyed. In this situation, the path of the heavens fleet was getting bigger and bigger. More and more fleets were slowly gathering in this large army. The energy attacks from the hunting cloud star cluster had also reached a level where they could fight head-on without anyone noticing, and the energy bursting out was even more frenzied. Yun Nuashing saw with her own eyes a ship burning all of its energy before unleashing an attack that was several times its energy limit. Perhaps one life-risking strike was nothing, but if there were hundreds of such attacks, even the huge golden barrier would be a little overwhelmed. Furthermore, the path of the heavens side had not been able to use all of their combat power since the beginning. In this situation, where one was chasing while the other was fighting back, the individual combatants were a little restrained and could not join the battle at this time. An extremely long battle line would cause them to sacrifice themselves for nothing. They could only stand at the tail end to strengthen the barrier, or use long-range attacks to deal with the pursuers. Yun Nuashing looked at the gradually diminishing image, and once again looked at the battlefield that had moved a great distance away. The fleets that were gathering like raindrops in a stream were now very few. There were only a dozen or so fleets left, and she estimated that they would arrive in 5 or 6 minutes at the latest. Moreover, she also noticed that Dao Heaven seemed to be deliberately controlling their speed, like a ship that was about to reach the shore and was slowly slowing down. The energy of the main army, her mental power, was also gradually gathering behind them. It seemed that they were planning to launch a counterattack the moment they gathered. "How far are we from the place you mentioned?" Yun Nuashing looked at the boundless space. The stars around them had become much sparser, and they were all blazing and huge stars. They were already close to the edge, and she did not know how many territories had been crossed in the battle just now. "We've been in the ownerless land for an hour. Since we're not moving at full speed, I can't calculate exactly how far we are. At this speed, we'll probably be there in about 4 to 6 hours, right? Roughly?" Dao Heaven counted with his fingers for a while, and then showed a silly smile. Before he could say anything, his expression suddenly became a little serious, and then a little depressed. Yun Nuashing was not used to the speed at which Dao Heaven's expression changed one after another. She was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly said faintly, "There's still 20 minutes." Yun Nuashing was stunned and then reacted. "Ah, the chaotic period, right? Well, I also feel something." He turned his head and looked at Jing Yuanji. She nodded and pointed in a direction. Yun Nuashing looked in that direction. The explosion of energy did not affect him. He looked at the direction she pointed, and his soul quietly spread out along the starry sky. Throughout the starry sky, he felt a faint hostility, no, a sense of rejection. He had heard others say that the environment in the starry sky was terrible, but he had not experienced it once. At this moment, he felt it for real. It filled the entire starry sky, and the feeling came from all directions, as if he was being rejected by something. It's distorted energy. Jing Yuanji whispered. She had been observing the movements in the starry sky, and was much more competent than a certain lazy observer. Since 10 minutes ago, the distorted energy in the starry sky has become a little restless. Their energy slowly seeped into every inch of space. 2 adjacent distorted energy, no matter how far apart they are, will be connected through energy, little by little weaving into a large net of distorted energy. Lord Foam, even the insides of those stars have that kind of energy. I feel it. Yun Nuashing looked at the sun in the distance, and then remembered that Xing, he had stopped beside the sun to absorb energy. Before that, he did not feel that the stars were also filled with distorted energy. It was probably their huge size that covered the energy waves coming from their cores. It was only when the chaotic period approached that Yun Nuashing was rioting. Of course, he would never admit that it was because he was not serious. Speaking of which, after he came to this world, he had repeatedly noticed many things late because of his carelessness and inattentiveness. In the past, that would have been a big taboo. At first, he thought that the arrival of the chaos period would be like the arrival of the great samsara. After holding back for 20 eras, the world's most violent energy fireworks would destroy everything in an instant. Now he knew that the chaos period would come slowly, and there would still be some time before it would arrive. Tao Heaven might be anxiously waiting for the arrival of the chaos period, or he might have sensed that the atmosphere in the starry sky was getting worse. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed slightly, and he quickly retracted his gaze from the distant land and looked at Tao Heaven beside him. He inadvertently saw a red pattern on the edge of her neck. It was a sign and proof that the life of this world had adapted to the distorted energy. It seemed that the distorted energy that was spreading out had affected the life of this world. "Hey, are you okay?" Yun Nuashing shook the shoulder of the girl with different pupils. She tilted her head and looked at him, showing a standard smile. "I'm okay. I can still hold on." Yun Nuashing looked at the situation in other parts of the starry sky and realized that the fleet of the path of the heavens that he did not notice earlier had stopped. The bows of the ships were all facing the blue fleet, and their energy was fully unleashed. The fleet that had gathered was about to destroy the enemy that had been chasing them all this time. However, what was unusual was that the blue fleet that had been attacking them with all their might just now had quietened down. They used more than half of their energy to defend themselves, and only a portion of their energy was left to attack. This strange phenomenon made him think of the saying of putting one's face up for others to slap. He did not expect to see it happen. T. There was obviously something fishy going on. As a major force in the starry sky, the leader of the hunting cloud star cluster could not possibly have lost his mind. After chasing them for half a day and attacking until the enemy's entire fleet had gathered, the leader of the hunting cloud star cluster could not possibly be stupid. Anyone with an IQ of more than 2 digits would be able to tell that there was something fishy going on. But as for how, unfortunately, he could not figure it out. However, reality proved that even if the number of ships was 1-to-1, and even if their combat power was higher, it would not be easy for the path of the heavens fleet to kill them if the enemy was determined to hide here. After attacking for half a day, the defensive barrier did not even have a crack. Say, do you think there would really be people in this world who would put their face up for others to slap them, especially when their leader is a peak heavenly god? Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed, and he suddenly asked Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji was stunned. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. "I don't think so. For them to do such a thing, it only proves that they have some purpose for doing so." "Oh, such as?" Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I'm not sure either, Lord Feng. We know too little about this world. Most of the information we have is from hearsay. The seal on the concept layer of laws cannot be easily broken, and we are restricted. There is no way for us to obtain all the information about this world from the world core." Indeed, they had not been in this world for long, and they were suddenly involved in such a major event. Furthermore, they were restricted from doing such things, so it was inevitable that they would not be able to react in time. To be honest, a third of his mind was still in a daze. Not long ago, his memories were of him being blasted into this world, and he had experienced it under such circumstances. A great battle, a double battle, running, traveling, being caught trespassing, chattering all the way, and then fighting again in the blink of an eye. He did not know if it was because he was used to being lazy, but he felt that the past few days had been too fulfilling, so much so that when he thought about it, it felt like many days had passed. No, his imagination was running wild again. He felt a little irritated when he saw the other side huddling there, like a turtle doing something. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. "Yun Jun, you can feel the atmosphere in the starry sky, right? It's about time. Planet Pyrolite has finished all the preparations, so I'm just here to say hello to you. Earlier, The monarch wanted me to tell you something. He wanted me to remind you not to forget it. It's very important. Ahem, that's it. Good luck to you and good luck to us." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in his mind. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Just as he was about to reply, the other side had already cut off the communication in a hurry, as if he was saying his last words of farewell, or something. Was it not a good idea for him to think about this now? "Big brother, it's almost time." Just as he was feeling suspicious, more and more fog appeared in his head. When he turned around, he saw the girl with strange eyes looking at him with a relaxed and almost defenseless expression. Her small hands held his hands and stuffed something into his palms. He was slightly stunned. When he raised his hands, he saw a golden bead about the size of 2 thumbs. It contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, and he could vaguely see a small person. A miniature version of Tao Heaven was curled up inside the golden bead, curled up as if he was sleeping. Spirit core? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He raised his head and was about to ask her what she was doing when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. It was very quiet, and he had not heard the sound of energy bombardment for a few minutes. When he raised his head, he saw her pretty face. Her pretty little face was covered in red veins. Originally, he could see some mischievous and demure expressions on her face, but now he could only feel that she was very demonic and evil. Moreover, the red veins were still spreading all over her face. Red veins were even climbing up her hands. "Haped, big brother, you liar. Why aren't you guys affected?" Tao Heaven suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled. Amidst the strange atmosphere that made one's liver tremble, his pleasant laughter sent a chill down one's spine. "Why aren't we affected at all?" Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across many places. He saw the group from the Hunter Cloud star cluster and the red veins all over their bodies as well. Then he thought about the 1 or 2 words that seemed to be a farewell and a funeral. Although he was not enlightened at the moment, he instinctively felt that something was not right and could not help frowning. Why aren't we affected? Use your little brain to think. Aren't you very smart? I can't think of that. The girl with different pupils flirtatiously brushed her long hair behind her ear and stuck out her little tongue. "Big brother, you liar. You don't let me guess, but I've been guessing. You don't let me trick you, but I've been tricking you. It's just that I've been more careful, guessing from little details that none of you would notice. None of you would bother to hide anything, and none of you would even be bothered to find out. Hey, now isn't the time to talk about that." Yun Nuashing's face darkened. "I'm just too lazy to care, Tao Heaven." Before he could finish his words, the girl with strange pupils suddenly froze like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Her pair of beautiful eyes lost their light and became empty. The red light from the red patterns on her body was very strange and a little scary. Hum! The hum of laws suddenly swept across the stars. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji's expressions changed abruptly. They could feel that the conceptual layer of laws had been opened for an instant and closed for an instant. In that instant, they sensed an energy so distorted that it disgusted them to the core, flowing within the conceptual layer of laws, reversing all laws in that instant. A circle of bright red light burst out of nowhere, spreading through the entire starry sky in an instant. The energy light that was as dense as their realm affected the entire starry sky in an instant. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched as his gaze slowly swept across the stars. Hostility. Everywhere he looked and sensed, there was frenzied hostility. It was as if something terrible was about to happen.